Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Spokane County Planning Commission. Today is March 16th. It is 9:03. Sorry, we're a little bit late getting started. First order of business is introduce the commissioners. Before I do that, one quick announcement. This public meeting is a continuance of the March 2nd meeting to hear public comments before deliberations on the proposed 2023 comprehensive plan amendments. The public may participate in person or remotely utilizing web and telephone conference links. Individuals are limited to 1 3-minute comment period during the meeting. I have the timer right here. Please keep your comments specific to the current agenda item. Chat is not supported. Okay, now that that's out of the way, which is our second meeting for our brand spanking new board. So we're really excited to get to work. To my right, Mr. Nolan, would you introduce yourself and we'll go around here so everyone knows who we are.
Hi, my name is Alan Nolan.
My name is Logan Camporiali.
My name is Melissa Whitstruck.
Wayne Brokaw.
Clyde Haase.
Pete Rayner.
And Stephen Pohl, your chair. The first order of business will be our what we refer to as our open forum. The public may comment to the commission on any item that is not on this planning agenda today. And when we do the planning agenda, the public hearing, we have these yellow sheets. If you need to speak, fill one of those out, give them to the clerk, and we'll go from there. Is anyone online or anyone in the audience who would like to speak on items that are not part of this specific agenda today? That would be that time. Happy to listen. That's why we're here. We work for you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, if we can just remind the participants who are online, if they wish to speak, that they can use the raise hand function. And if they are calling in, I believe it's *9 that will raise the hand. Otherwise, if anyone's in the audience, if they want to raise their hand or make themselves available to you to call on.
Thank you very much. We just one person online? Okay.
I believe that's an applicant too, so it'll
That's one
probably.
of our, okay. Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to our continuing our public hearing, the 2023 comprehensive plan amendment initiation request. We got through a significant amount of these last time on March the 2nd. We're going to start out with the comprehensive plan amendment initiation request 08. And Mr. Chesney is not here, but we have an equally talented county planner, Sagan Neiman, who will lead us today through our agenda. Sagan, go ahead.
What kind words, Chairman Pohl? Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Sagan Neiman, Spokane County for the record. Trying to find where we left off, so sorry about the page scrolling here. So you guys remember, I'm just going to kind of go through what we're doing today. These are initiation requests. I think it's staff's wish, but at the chairman discretion that we get through at least 14 today. And then on the 30th, it's been advertised for the county initiated request. So we would at least recommend that we do up to through 14. And then we have the discussion for the county initiated requests on the 30th. So number 15 is a county initiated request. Yes, sir.
Sorry, my mic was on.
All right. So the first request before you today is a request from light industrial to low density residential. We are out on the West Plains, and this project is halfway between the two major intersections out on the West Plains. Last year, we had a low density residential request kitty corner directly across from this right of way on these 3 parcels. It was about a 10-acre request, if you remember, that was from low density residential or from LI to low density residential. So if you actually pull up the county's mapping system today, these 10 acres do show up yellow. And I also want to point out that the plat directly to the south is a vested plat. Not to jump around too much, but in your packet at the very end, there is that CPAIR 15 that talks about these vested plats in the light industrial zone. So there is a project directly to the south that is approved, invested, and actually has final plat steps complete on various phases that would be similar in nature to the request that is before you today. Again, like with all of these projects, we previewed them with various agencies, and for this particular project, the comments were generally related to traffic, and we expect traffic analysis to be a part of the full review if it does become initiated. But the site would be served by South Abbott Road, and both water and sewer would be provided by the city, which they were part of the preview process, and I believe their comments are in your packet. So that's my summary at this point in time, and I would entertain questions before the applicant comes up and gives his portion of the presentation.
Questions for Mr. Neiman?
I have a question, due to what is taking place in the last couple of weeks at the city of Spokane. Is the city of Spokane subject to change upon them saying, yes, we have adequate infrastructure to service them, or what do we, I just like to understand the whole picture.
Well, if you remember my letter that I read under the record in our last meeting,
Right.
most of their comments are related to providing water and service to these sites. And they did request that if these go forward, that the applicants produce studies showing the numbers that these projects would need. And so if they do go forward, we would have the applicants provide that information to the city and have that discussion on what is the proper service for this project.
So what did you just say? Did you say, yes, it can move forward, or it's subject to the city changing their mind?
Staffs, I mean, I guess the city hasn't commented that their comment is any different from what they've already submitted. And we have met with the city on various other topics, since that letter was submitted.
If moving forward with this, are we adding to the problem? Are we creating a problem, or are we solving any problems?
Well, I think at this time, you're not doing anything. You're initiating a project for further review. I think that part of the full review, you have a SEPA circulation. You have a checklist provided by the applicant that provides a lot more robust information. This process was developed in 2018 through our previous staff, Steve Davenport. When the previous process was effective, all this stuff was required on the front end. You had to produce your studies, your applications, pay the fees, which, are oftentimes $10,000, $15,000, just to have this commission the board, not initiate it. And so we tried to come up with a balance of something that we could evaluate these to some degree without putting applicants through the time and expense of a project that might not even get initiated. So I do understand that there might not be the same level of analysis as if this was a hearing for an approval or denial. But, this is a process that we developed to, go through this initiation process, to find that middle ground.
If I could just finish off, I guess I'm trying to say is, yes, I understand where it was intended to be, but now times have changed. And just in moments before. So do we need to reevaluate where we're headed? I mean, I'm just trying to get a real clear picture, because, we're looked at as being a body of commissioner of people, of citizens, really, saying that we understand everything. And I'm a little bit in the dark right now because I don't understand.
Well, I think that you
It's
have to
frustrating.
understand that this is also just an individual request. This is someone that came in and asked for this. I don't think anyone denies that there needs to be a bigger look at the West Plains. The city acknowledges it, we acknowledge it, and it's going to take a cooperative effort between both of us to come up, and other players that are involved on the West Plains. However, I think, I mean, what's before you today is an individual applicant, a property owner who requested this information. And I think that it's somewhat up to you to deliberate and make a recommendation to the board on whether should we look at these individually? Or should we look at them, or should the West Plains be looked at as a bigger picture?
And Mr. Chair, if I may. To your point, what you're talking about are the impact, the increase in the impact fees and the city of Spokane's acknowledgement that its infrastructure is kind of being strained to the max. And when we do these comprehensive plan amendments, especially when we get to the next phase, and this is for the benefit of our new commissioners as well. One of the things you have to do is you have to consider them all together at the end. And you have to consider their impact on the capital facilities plan. So it's kind of a mini amendment to the capital facilities plan. And part of that is looking at, do the addition of these amendments diminish or impact the set level of service that we have. And part of the way that Spokane County does that when it's a different jurisdiction that's providing the infrastructure is we do work with them and basically we get a letter from them saying, hey, how will this impact you and how can we mitigate it? If so, when it comes to whether they will, whether and what they'll do with respect to impact fees, that's kind of a wait and see. I think that's exactly what you're asking is, has this changed? And I think because like you mentioned, this has just come out, I believe this week, I think we'll have to see how that unfolds in this process. But for what it's worth, Mr. Chesney did meet with the city of Spokane. We sat down yesterday with them, and we are fully committed to really working a lot closer with the city than we have historically and recommitting to that joint planning, which is really the intent of the GMA. So at this phase, I think you're looking at, hey, does this stand a chance of passing, or is it just dead in the water with the GMA? And then at the next phase, we're going to be looking a lot closer at the impacts of the infrastructure and the provisions and really getting our partners to step up and say, hey, this is a problem for us. And we'll come to you with that information. And I would imagine at that point, it will discuss any impact fees or any other mitigation that the jurisdictions want.
More of a clarification, when you use the word we, are you referring back when the next phase will be coming back to us again?
Oh, yes.
On the same parcel?
Yes. So what we do, what is a little different this year than years past, historically, we didn't used to come before the Planning Commission with initiation requests at a public hearing. So the board would usually initiate. What happened was in working with FutureWise and other stakeholders, they indicated, and they're correct, that the Growth Management Act contemplates early and continuous public involvement. And the other thing they pointed out to us, which made a lot of sense, is if you're going forward with projects without having that early look at them with stakeholders and FutureWise and the public, and you're spending all of this time working on them all year to get into that level of depth and do these studies and pulling everyone in, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes a lot more sense to do an early look and say, should we spend the rest of the year looking at these in this level of depth and pulling people in and get our stakeholders' view on it early on, so that we can kind of weed out those facilities that are not or those comp plan amendments that really don't stand a chance of passing, and get the public's involvement and input and our stakeholders' input early on. So that's why we're here before you at this phase.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thank you because you make me feel a bit more comfortable. My only comment is, I hope we do what you just said we are going to do. I seem to have some problems at times that words come cheaper than actions. And I'm a little bit concerned about that because I think we owe the people that.
Sure. And I think your sentiment is shared with a lot of the public. Spokane County's not always had the best reputation of walking the walk. And I know Director Chesney and I were fairly new to this, and we are very committed to actually involving the public and our stakeholders and listening to what is being said.
I have a question,
Yeah.
Melissa Whitstruck here. So I actually went out and did a site visit here yesterday. It was very difficult to get there.
Okay.
Am I correct in understanding that at this stage, the proposal or proposer applicant does not have any skin in the game financially? Like,
Well,
they didn't charge, you didn't
No,
charge.
I mean,
county.
we do have a fee that covers staff time for this preliminary
Nominal.
portion, 500 and something.
So we have no information on what this proposal might entail in the way of population projections, just rough back of Elmore.
Yeah.
What it might cost for infrastructure, because the roads I drove on were goat trails. And water and sewer, the city in their letter, their comments said, we only anticipated this being light industrial, and the county is going forward at a fast clip, bringing these proposals in. So I just want to make sure that we understand if we're being asked to send this forward through a full-blown process, that it makes any sense at all, especially when the applicant has two other paths forward through a JPA planning process, which should have occurred on the West Plains, was proposed last March, or the 2026 comp plan update. And those are free for an applicant to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there may not be an option for an individual request to that process, it would happen organically, but I think that you're hitting it right on, the nail on the head. That's why we're here today. Or does this project have fatal flaws? Is it something that should be moved forward? Or do we look at it, as a whole when we do our West Plains portions of 2026? So I think that you're exactly spot on your commentary.
And just a final question. So with a number of proposals that you have in front of us for the West Plains, for this particular area, no cumulative impact is being considered at this point in time, which is what the city of Spokane asked for, and which WashDOT is waiting for, and other providers as well. I don't even see anything about public safety.
I mean, I guess traditionally it's not our procedure to do a cumulative impact at the initiation request phase. And I guess I took the comments from the city that if these do get initiated, that's the level of analysis they would want to see so they can properly review this project for the impacts that it might have.
Okay.
After, Mr. Chairman, after our last meeting and going over several of these and going back to the last 2-3 years and the whole issue of water and drainage on the West Plains, I really struggled. Even though I know this is the early stage of providing thoughts for a developer, I just think for the developers in the room, I want you to really think long and hard as you go forward with this, because we've sat here on the commission for the last few years hearing about the problem of drainage of the West Plains and what are we doing with it and all the problems. We've had many come and speak to us who bought homes and they've had their basements flooded, can't get rid of the water. And this whole West Plains is an issue with that. And I get concerned for the public to look at us and say, does the Planning Commission really hear us when we say we have these problems? And yet the Planning Commission continues to approve this type of development. So I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. What I'm saying is I just ask developers that we proceed with caution and we do what we can do to make sure that when these people who've saved their life savings to buy a home and they move into their dream, that we're not going to be hearing 2-3 years from now the same things that we've heard for the last 4 or 5 years of what's going on with the homes. And I really want to make sure that we as a commission let the public know that we are observant, we are listening, and we're going to move forward with the fact that we're going to make sure that we can eliminate what the past has shown us in the West Plains. And like I say, it's really been on my mind, Chairman, that of where we are and the fact that the public doesn't begin to feel that we are deaf ears up here, that we are really listening and that we really look at this whole issue of water and drainage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Neiman from the commission? Well, I'd like to hear some public testimony as we go forward. We have Dwight Hume is going to speak on 08. Name, address, and you know the drill.
Yes, Dwight Hume, 9101 North Mountain View Lane, Spokane, 99218. listening to this conversation initiated by Mr. Hazi's questions and concerns. I hear what you're saying. But may I remind you that today is just the preliminary, and as Melissa knows, it's like docketing. And so we're given an abbreviated opportunity to bring it before staff. We have pre-development meetings with staff. The essence of that is to find out if we're dead on arrival. And this is again, that same kind of exercise with the Planning Commission. Yes, we have to look at all of these issues, but here you have a situation where, among other things, Dowdy Road, which runs through north and south on this request, now has water and sewer. Last year, you and the Board of County Commissioners have endorsed the residential use of and the amendment immediately adjoining. And as Sagan pointed out, to the south of it, you have a non-conforming to the zone residential subdivision. So is it a light industrial area? No. Is it appropriate to say this time it should stay light industrial? Probably not. But that doesn't remove the burden of demonstrating that the development can be done in a fashion that can be integrated into the capital improvements that have to be there in order to support the plat. There's public hearings on plats as well. And those are the real times where everybody knows what the idiosyncrasies of the design and its ingress and egress points and its density are going to do to the infrastructure. So it's a little early to get worried about that, but it's certainly appropriate that the Planning Commission as well as the board be concerned about something that's a fatal impact. I don't think you have, simply conditioning development to comply with the then current comprehensive capital facilities requirements is appropriate. It just removes or coordinates the timing of the need for those services to when they're available. Enough said. Anyway, today is the day just to say, take it to the board and see what they say. And after that, it's our job to show you that we can make it happen over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hume. I don't have any other yellow cards, but the chair is willing to continue public testimony. Has anybody raised? No? No one else to speak? Okay. Questions for Mr. Hume? No? Melissa, your name was mentioned several times. Did you want to chime back in? Nothing else? Not yet.
Okay.
That was the whole idea. I thought if anybody has any further thoughts they want to add to the discussion. Okay.
I guess I'd just like to feel comfortable in moving forward. We as the Planning Commission, I'm going to be positive in thinking by action today in regards to this particular item, if it's on a positive side, is this future planning that we're doing, or is this tomorrow's planning? And the difference is because future to me is 3 to 5 to, anywhere from 2 years up to 10 years. Is that how we're looking for Spokane to grow, or are we looking at this is going to immediately happen tomorrow? Because I'm concerned about the infrastructure not being able to be, we're not misleading somebody is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm concerned about. I just don't want us to get into a pickle here. Are we going the right way? I have concern for that.
Did you want to speak on 08?
On the way, yes.
Oh, 08, this particular one?
Yes.
Okay. I'll allow. Let's name and address.
Ben Goodmanson, Whip Consulting Engineers, 21 South Pines Road, Spokane Valley. My apologies, I didn't fill out a yellow form on this. I'm doing the traffic analysis for
So
this.
noted. Yep.
And didn't expect to, but I did want to talk a little bit about the infrastructure. As you may have heard me say, that I've been working out in West Plains since 2004. I'm familiar with the Aspen Park subdivision, which is below this proposal. I brought forth the 57th and Dowdy proposal last year. There is water and sewer existing within Dowdy Road, that the infrastructure is already there. What the 57th and Dowdy that we did last year is making application this year for subdivision. So is this tomorrow planning or is this future planning? I believe that this is actually tomorrow planning. That with the housing crisis that we have, that this one would be anticipated to move into subdivision within the next 1 to 2 years. And so if it stays light industrial, waiting for the 2026 update, that's years that it just sits and waits. This is our opportunity now to be able to make that change, go through the process for every for what's the city of Spokane has requested is kind of their comprehensive understanding of what infrastructure requirements they would need for each development. Since we went through that last year, we now have a format and most importantly, standards to follow this year. And we'll be looking forward to providing that and working with the city on the infrastructure, understanding that this is still years away from actually pulling a drop out of the system or dropping anything into the system. We're still years away from doing that, but we just are looking for the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Does that help?
That helped me a lot.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I do have a
Go
further
ahead.
question. So I appreciate your question about, is this tomorrow planning or is this future planning? And all planning should be future planning so that we're not operating from a crisis situation. We're thoughtful about what could happen. And as soon as you make the comprehensive plan land use change with, I guess, a concurrent zoning change, that potential is right then on the table. It drops then. So that's the question I have, is that without knowing that concurrency can be met within 6 years, which is a requirement, I don't know that we're ready to do this. And certainly these requests are piecemeal and they're not in front of us as like 1, 2, 3, 4 and all is in the same area. So that's a little bit difficult. I understand that we need to consider them individually. But bearing in mind that all planning, land use planning is intended to be future planning and making sure that we're not committing another jurisdiction's resources without doing joint planning seems to me kind of an important issue.
And I was waiting for my own to make this point. And I'll just kind of touch on it here is infrastructure wise, West Plains is served by the city of Spokane. Yes. City of Spokane acts as a water purveyor within that joint planning area. If it's any other water purveyor within Spokane County, they run independently. They have their comprehensive plan. They have their capital facilities plan that they contribute to the county's capital facilities plan. And so there's still some question. But an important thing that is later on in the day is the Fairways Golf Course is closing. The water is being turned off this year. 36 million gallons per year of water is placed on the Fairways Golf Course, just as irrigation. That water sourced is from the city of Spokane. It's not from wells, it's from the city of Spokane. It's artificially brought in and put on the golf course. A lot of the drainage issues that we have experienced for the past years has been because of this artificial import of water. That water will not be turned on this year. That water the groundwater that we see today will not be there in multiple years. We don't know exactly how much water is actual natural just rainfall and naturally coming off. But that is something that is going to be determined. Since the Fairways Golf Course was developed in the 70s, we didn't really have historical data so much as some numbers, but we're confident in what we can do for the numbers. We're confident in the infrastructure, and we're confident that the Spokane County has committed itself to putting in a drainage system, a regional drainage system through this area. We're confident in working with this, with Spokane County, that that drainage system that has been envisioned, not just here recently, but envisioned back in the early 90s, is a solution that would take a lot of the problems and a lot of the complaints off the table.
Can I ask a question? You said the drainage is being handled by the county, and yet we've got the city that's furnishing the sewage, and I assume they're gonna run it through dirty water side of the sewage. I mean, I have no idea. You're the man that knows that.
And
My point to understand is that, has that been agreed to by both parties already?
the
City and the county?
understand this is that there are two separate entities. Stormwater collection by the county is taken to a regional system and taken towards the airport. It does not enter into the city sewer system. So it's not like the city of Spokane that has a combined sewer overflows.
Right.
It's not like that. It's completely separate.
So we're talking about water and sewer here, which is critical. I mean, a lot of West Plains sits on basalt and a lot of it's blue basalt too. So just as an aside, that does contribute to the drainage issues. And there are, I understand, once the city provides water sewer, it has annexation agreements
There
that
are
go into
annexation,
place.
there are annexation waivers that kind of go with that, but there is no other purveyor for water and sewer in that area either that can challenge it.
Correct.
I also just suggest that we probably want to be focusing our water usage on the city of Spokane. Although there are other purveyors, the city has the best water rights. They have the oldest water rights. They have the most water. And it's a closed basin. You have to buy water rights from other people. You can't just go purchase new water rights. And these basins are likely to be adjudicated sometime in the future, and any new water rights might be taken away. That's not a problem for the city. The city has the best water rights, the most water rights, and is not going to have their water rights taken in any adjudication process. And so, although I understand that this is the city's water, that may actually be a good thing. I do have some concerns about the overall looking at these holistically, but I think at this point I do see it that's not at this time. But I do think that when we review these a second time for actual approval, that they do need to come all together. They need to be in order, and we need to stop, maybe hear them all first before we make a decision, and then make a decision, maybe individually, but to hear them all first before instead of making a decision one at a time. That would be sort of my preference going forward.
Mr. Brock.
I would like to say, having a little experience on the West Plains here, that this particular site is in a water and sewer service area that is the city of Spokane's. It is in the urban growth area. The site is eligible for light industrial development. Perhaps the representative here could perhaps give us an idea of the difference of water usage and sewer usage between a typical industrial use and the requested zones use.
I can share very much like what we presented last year, the difference between light industrial and residential use. Light industrial development, I mean, it can vary very much like residential. It depends on what light industrial use is actually installed. If it's a potato processing plant, they're going to use a lot of water. If it's just warehousing, they hardly use any water. So there's a wide range under light industrial on what water use is actually used. For residential, single family homes as LDR or as allowed within the code, the townhomes and the duplexes, They would use a little bit less water than single family residential would use, but primarily it's not significant that the single family residential would generate or use more water than could be in the light industrial. That's kind of lends itself. I know this is a broad question, and we can refine that further when we get into the city of Spokane requested analysis, and they have that standard. Doing it from the pulpit here, it's a little more difficult.
As your chair, let me just chime in and say, we're just talking about an initiation request here. And there's a lot more bites of the apple associated with this. We've spent a lot of time talking about, I think, some very important issues, but we're kind of like pre-engineering the project before we even get to the initiation phase. I'm getting a little weary listening to things. I mean, things are kind of out of our purview right now. With all due respect, I appreciate all of the information. I've learned a lot listening here. I'm trying to keep the matter on course here. The chair will entertain a motion to close public testimony.
I will use the microphone first and then make a motion to close public testimony.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Logan. Okay, all those in favor of closing public testimony signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose, will say nay. Not hearing no, carries. The next order of business will be to
Vote on this?
we just voted on that. We are. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the comprehensive plan amendment initiation request for 08. I hear a motion to approve.
Move to approve for discussion purposes.
Second.
Do we have a motion on the table and a second? Any discussions on the motion? The motion is to go ahead.
I'm concerned that we are not, that we're in some ways getting the cart before the horse. In 2000, we adopted a comp plan. We did the best we could. 22 years later, 23 years later, whatever it is, we're looking at a serious housing shortage. And we've got issues. We've learned a lot. I think it's safe to say that we wouldn't have a housing shortage if we had easy solutions. I don't care where you go. We've used the valley floor, we've used the easy ground, we've used the farm ground. It seems like this body has spent quite a bit of time looking at maybe not easy solutions, but potential solutions. And if you're a landowner, you ought to be able to have some idea of what horizon is out in front of you and what's possible without spending an awful lot of time and money to even get in the horse race. So I just want to mention that we got a housing crisis. We can't be stupid in going forward, but I don't think we can be overly cautious at this point in time. So I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Further discussion on the motion?
Can I second his comments?
It's not necessary,
same
but
thought.
you can support them. Thank you.
Am I jumping ahead? Are we in the discussion phase or are we voting on to go into?
We're in the
discussion?
discussion
All right,
phase, but you asking for the vote?
No,
No?
I do have a question and this could be for Mr. Neiman, could be for Mr. Brock. And that is, if I understand correctly, there's a fairly narrow window when you can even make a request to have consideration for a change in zoning for land. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's
Like
actually
once a year?
codified. It's actually a codified set of dates. It's from November 1st to December 20th.
Okay, that's what I thought. So a landowner, if in the longer term cycle, rather than wait for, say, 2026, as you mentioned, Melissa, this is their one opportunity, and that's probably part of the reason why we have a relatively large number of the initiation requests as opposed to the full-blown request, because this is the one time people have the ability to do this, correct?
Yeah, we don't know the directive that the commissioners will give staff for the next few years leading up to 2026. So I can't say that for certain, but I think it's an astute observation.
Could I ask a question and maybe we don't know the answer to, but there was some discussion about cities' impact fees, and I was looking at those the maps, and none of them stretch outside of the city limits. And so is it accurate that the city doesn't have the authority to charge impact fees in the UGA? And so I'm just wondering, like, what kind of impact fees are collected and how are they distributed amongst the folks who need them?
Those are all really excellent questions that I don't have the answer for today, but that is absolutely my next step, is to reach out to James Richmond with the city and discuss with him the nature of their impact fees. My initial observation is because the construction would happen outside of the city, they would not have the authority. However, I could be mistaken on that. But there are other ways that the city can get to the same ends. Namely, they could use SEPA as one way to basically make a contingency that the developer foot the bill for any needed infrastructure improvements before they would authorize it, or other. We've also had recommendations in the past where maybe a development agreement would be entered into before you would before we would authorize that moving forward, and that could include something to that effect. So there are other ways for the city to kind of get to that same end, and that is absolutely where I'll look into and come back to you guys with that.
Cool. Those will be answers you could have before we make a final decision on these.
Absolutely, yes.
Appreciate that answer.
Thank you, Logan. Are we ready for the question? Okay, so what we're voting on is the approval of a comprehensive plan amendment initiation request for 08. All those in favor?
Actually, I just want to make another comment, just so it's
Yeah, go
clear
ahead.
where I'm coming from. I do have similar concerns to what Melissa has and other concerns that have been voiced just about this holistically. But I spoke with Kevin, who had who made the city's comments, and I think that discussion is best had after initiation. We don't even know which ones are going to be initiated yet, so it's hard to look at them holistically. Once we know which ones have been initiated, then I think we can sit down and have a holistic look at these. And so that's where I'm at. And my decision today is not forecasting what I think about these when we have a final recommendation to the county board. And so I'm going to support this today. And I just want it to be clear why I'm doing that.
Thank you, Logan. Well said.
Is it too late for me to make a comment?
No, we haven't taken the vote yet.
Okay.
Go ahead, Melissa.
I just have some real deep concerns that if this gets moved forward to the Board of County Commissioners, if any of these on the West Plains or any of these altogether make a significant impact on the work plan, not only for staff, but for Plan Commission, for Board of County Commissioners. And there's many issues that are requiring the time of all of those players. And I understand, yes, it is a housing crisis. We do have other places to build still. Is this the right place? And that's always a concern of planning. Do we make it possible for planning for development to occur in a place that cannot meet the needs for infrastructure, unless it's an exorbitant price, either for the taxpayers, mind you, all jurisdictions, residents are taxpayers to the county. Inevitably, the taxes get spread out among all of us. So that's why my hesitation about trying to commit other jurisdictions' future resources to something that is not actually ready for development. And so along with the work plan that will be consumed by something that gets sent forward and possibly gets approved to keep going forward, those are my concerns with how we look at these, not only as individual requests, but since they're so clustered together, that isn't a happy accident at all. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Also, sorry to chime in again, but I also just want to say that I'm heartened to hear that the county staff already met with the city staff. I didn't expect that to happen that quickly. I know that the planning director said that he was committed to that and that it had hoped that it would happen last year. And when I spoke with Kevin, that still had not happened. And so he was eager for it to happen. And so I'm heartened to hear that it has happened. And that's also influencing my decision today.
Call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Nay.
nay. Nay, one nay vote. Thank you. We'll now be taking up comprehensive plan amendment initiation request 09. Mr. Neiman.
Thank you, Chairman Poole. This is a little bit different request than most of the others. We had only 2 rural initiation requests this year. We discussed number 1, and this is our second one. It's a large tract ag to rural conservation request. And this site is located west of the city of Spokane, west of, I guess you could still consider this the West Plains to some degree, but it's further west than the areas we have just been talking about, located on the southern portion of Silver Lake. This project is 220-ish acres. It is accessed by Silver Lake Road, and there's 2 colors on this map. They're kind of hard to distinguish, but the area that is highlighted is the area of large tract ag. Oh, yeah. Yes, here. The highlighted portion here. This is the site of a historic farming operation. I'm not an expert on what exactly occurred out on that operation, and maybe the applicant can speak a little bit more to that. But there are prime egg soils listed on this site, and I believe that's why it was originally given this large tract egg designation. And just like with all the other projects, we previewed this with applicable agencies. And the guidance we have been given from Commerce is that aside from the settlement agreement, which is also referenced in their commentary, that we have bigger issues with our resource lands, and that this is something that we should take on countywide and look at all of our resource lands together and see what's working and what's not. This particular project, I think if it did move forward, would be required to submit that level of analysis anyways. And I think that if we're going to do that, we need to just look at the county as a whole. And so our staff recommendation on this one is that, maybe we look at this at 2026. I don't have much to add on this. Aside from that, I would defer to the comments, especially from the Department of Commerce on this. And I would just entertain any questions at this point in time.
Questions?
Who is initiating this request?
The applicant.
The applicant. So there's an individual or a group of individuals who owns all that property within there that is asking for that change.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would say that when we met with Commerce, especially, it wasn't necessarily that they were negative on this project as a whole. I think that their just general theme is this is an issue that needs to be looked at bigger. I know that the city of Cheney faces some limitations on where their UGAs can go because of some resource land designations directly adjacent to their city limits. So there are other issues that might need to be looked at for these sort of requests.
I understand it's difficult for you to speak to someone's motivation. Did they provide a motivation as to why they are making this request? Is it a tax question?
The applicants here, I'll just defer to them to let
Fair,
them
fair.
explain.
Could I ask one last question? How does this affect, I assume, the shoreline guidance? I assume that's.
Well, if this was a project that moved forward, there is substantial shoreline designations along Silver Lake, and they would be subject to those requirements. I am not an expert on the exact requirements that would happen as part of a development, but that would be part of the whatever project move forward would be involved is that review.
Could you tell me more about the RCV zone? Just a little bit?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't do that more in depth. RCV zone stands for rural conservation. I kind of think of it as more of a rural residential zone that is oriented towards preserving critical areas. It does allow for some rural clustering, especially if the project is oriented to preserve those critical areas. And it does allow for some agricultural uses, not on the level of small tract ag, large tract ag in those resource lands.
And is it something like 10 acre lot?
20 acre minimums.
20 acre minimums. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now, just to add to that, if they did do a rural cluster, you can do 1 unit per 10. However, it's this mathematical equation where it's clustered small lots away from the critical areas. The rest needs to be left in open space.
Thank you. I actually have seen that before, so that helped jog my memory.
Yes, sir.
Who makes the determination whether it's of long-term commercial significance? Who's in charge of that?
Well, I think it's a multitude of factors, including soil types, historical uses, those sort of things. I was not a part of the original designation of Spokane County's natural resource lands, and maybe Bob could add some commentary to that. But I know that those are basic factors that come into play when you're looking at what should be designated as a resource land.
And I suspect the applicant will say this, but just pulling out from this letter from the applicant says that the property was previously used as a dairy and supported by the range land and hay production. Dairy was discontinued. And it says that grazing these lands presents greater difficulty considering the shoreline and wetland critical areas that surround the property. It doesn't really explain why that is necessarily, but maybe the applicant could give more color to that.
Just a quick question. Does this designation allow for like a commercial use at all? Like little convenience store serving whatever residential comes into
The
play?
existing zone or the proposed zone?
The proposed zone.
The proposed zone, no, it's not we have a rural commercial designation. It's called Rural Activity Center. That's where those sort of rural activity uses would be allowed, but not in RCV.
Okay.
If I dare assume, we're not moving this from rural to urban, we're moving this from rural to rural. We're changing the classification. Is that correct?
It is yes, both zones are defined as rural according to the state. But at the same time, they're not also equivalent because natural resource lands have different set of standards than just rural lands.
And well, where I'm going with this is that we're making a legal decision to approve this as opposed to an illegal decision if we approve it. So we're not violating our agreement that we have with the past. This is it's totally legitimate to go forward with this. And
well, yes, in the context of you're not approving or denying anything today.
but if it gets approved, it's legal. In other words, there's no-
So I apologize. I'm actually looking at the comments right now and I'm looking at the settlement agreement. But as I don't know if you've noted that there is a settlement agreement in place that I'm trying to pull that up right now that prevents us from de-designating the conservation lands.
Yeah, if you
So
could explain that more to us, that'd be awesome.
that
I was
is-
looking for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's also what I am looking for, unfortunately.
I mean, to summarize, it basically says to redesignate your, and I'll let Jessica delve deeper in this, but while she's looking, you have to hit the population thresholds agreed upon in the settlement agreement before you can look at expanding the UGA or changing the resource lands.
This is separate from the future wise settlement. This is something.
No, it's the
different?
same thing.
Gotcha, okay.
So I'll come back to my question is it legal if we approve this to go forward? And then, because if it's not legal, we're wasting our time. But if it is legal, then I'd like to talk about the pluses and the minuses of making that decision.
It sounds like we would be violating the settlement agreement is what, I mean, I think we should wait for legal for a second, but it sounds like we would be violating the settlement agreement. And so, yeah, Bob, please.
I guess what I would say is when the initial comprehensive plan was established, resource lands were looked at fairly vigorously. And so anything that is designated as a resource land in the county is considered land of long-term resource significance. And changing that is a difficult process. We have a process by where if you have large tract ag and you'd like to go to small tract ag, that is permissible as long as you can demonstrate with a soils expert that the soils do not meet the standard for large tract ag. And I think what Commerce is telling us is that they would like to see a larger study of our resource lands before we attempt to de-designate any of them. Is that correct?
Yes,
Without objection, are you complete with your comments?
I'm
I'd like to
finished with
hear
my
from,
presentation.
people who have come here to testify. Mr. Thornton. You filled out a yellow slip and name and address, please come forward. And then followed by Elizabeth Ellison will be next.
Hello, I'm John Thornton, P.O. Box 1776, Spokane 99210. Hello to the committee. Thank you, Sagan Neiman, for your professional conduct in this mission we've been going through. I really appreciate it. You've been direct and easy to understand. Do I have access to showing that map?
Oh, yeah, we can pull it.
Do I have the, may I borrow your mouse? That map was the prior map was, okay. Yes. Yes, please. May I borrow your, for pointer purposes? Thank you. A little bit of a history lesson. Most of the farming in this particular area came around the turn of the century in 1900s. It was supposed to be like apple orchards. That turned out not to be a good place. So everyone moved over to Chelan and Wenatchee and got free water out of the rivers over there. There was a high density, relative medium density platted development here from 1908 called Sylvan Meadows. There was intended to be a city. So here, this was the initial use. The first farmhouse was built here in 1908. There are, of all this subject property of 300 and I think it's 311 acres total here attached with 100 acres of RCV land attached to this parcel. And then this remaining LTA land. There are only about 100 acres of tillable soil land. We've had not any soil expert, but the soil experts, NRCS, Joe Dyer of NRCS, who determines the soil types, has been on site and visited the facility and designated the outline of the soils. There is not an option to who gets to designate it. It is that person in that office in Spokane. That is who designates the soils. We had them out for a soil research study. So the only lands that would not be subject to under the conditions of the prior discussion would be those of that soil type, and then certain percentages thereof. So I respectfully disagree with the way that was expressed before. The correct answer is the soil types have been designated and they are allowed to, all the other portions of the property that are not subject to those soil types are allowed to be rezoned. And our understanding of how the law is interpreted. And we've spent quite a bit of time. Our attorney, Elizabeth Tellison, will speak more on this matter when I'm done. Additionally, I-90 came through here in the 1960s. There you can also see that Silver Lake is a fairly high density recreational and residential property lake. He hasn't had any development is this portion right here. I also want to point out that this is not zoned agricultural on the lakefront. Again, I'd like to clarify that this is already zoned rural conservation. This is not large tract agriculture. So that portion of the property is not subject to this portion of our conversation. We want to rezone these rural spaces wrapping around the farm and leave the farmland intact under this initial application. Although we believe the last commercial viable use of this property was in the 1990s, when the dairy industry was prevalent in Western Spokane. This was a dairy. There were dairies over here. There was a portion of dairy land over here. And the dairies, I think it's been 25 or 30, nearly 30 years since there was an active dairy on this site. And the dairy industry was hoping to revive itself, I think, at that time. Spokane County, Eastern Washington, the state of Washington has not supported small industry and small dairies, and all the dairies are gone now. So what's left here is basically some hay farm with a little bit of water rights and a bunch of dilapidated, deteriorated buildings. So this property has no commercial use for agriculture other than approximately 100 acres of land, which could be used to grow food for animals, hay or cattle. The farmer right here across the highway, we met with him earlier this week. They have about 4,000 acres. As of tomorrow, they will sell their last cow. They're leaving the cattle business after 50 years. 50 years in the cattle business, and they are done because it is not commercially viable in this portion of the county any further. So I want to impress upon the committee that the idea that there is a commercial use still viable for this project and that there was never intended to be historical density uses for this property are both incorrect. It's time for this property to become something else. We would like to not develop lots, build houses and sell them. What we would like to do is what I used to do with my father. We would drive around and look for a house on a lake or a place to dream. And we'd like to take this, break it into smaller pieces where a family might go on the weekends, take time to design a house, drill their own well, build their own home, have a barn. We're not in a hurry. We'd like people to take 5 or 10 years to have a small enough piece to build a dream. We have 300 acres with our farmland. We have 218 acres sitting there. We could put it next to our 100 acres of waterfront and people could dream about what they want to do over the next 5, 10, or 15 years. And the time to do that is not after 2026. Our principal partner here is 79 years old. She's retired. This is a retirement project. I'd like to see her have some sort of fulfillment about what we're trying to do. This is my post-COVID project. I was very sick during COVID. I want to see what we can do here. And I want to give people a chance to dream. Most of the real estate in Spokane and Spokane County is owned by developers. You want to buy a lot, a 5-acre lot, a 10-acre lot, you have to talk to a developer. We're not developers. We want people to be able to buy something the size that's appropriate to them and dream. And I think that everyone in this room can agree that dreaming about something you might want to do over the next 5, 10, or 15 years, you build it at your own pace, you pick the lot you want, you talk about it, you can hand it off to your kids, your grandkids. That's what we want to do to this property. We want to create legacy, dream, value property that has the potential for ag. Right here, you have permanent wetlands, which is called Duck Pond on the Google Maps. That will always be here. The Department of Transportation owns this piece right here, which they have represented. They would like to keep in conservation. So we would like to see that people can access and build potentially homes along this area here and go hiking up in these wetlands here that are not buildable. So the cluster development, which I think was mentioned by Mr. Kemperelli, is very suited to this property. And we would like to cluster this project, and I'm done.
Thank you very much. Very well said.
I've got a question. I think you just answered it. So the purpose of this request is you cannot cluster under your current zoning. You need to go from one rural type to another rural type to be able to cluster so that you can take advantage of provisions that are in other sections of our rural code. Is that?
To be very specific, we have platted vested lots up here. If you could look at the map all the way through this portion of the property, and we have 100 acres on the lake. We don't have to do much other than put a road to these platted existing lots and build them. But I think the point of the county's mission is to not have big square rural lots. Which
My question is, you can't cluster under the existing zoning.
Well, our option is either to go with a big 10 acres non-clustered pieces that are
Right.
already pre-existing, And we could cluster this 100 acres right here. But I don't think that's the intent of the county's goal. I think the intent of the county is to cluster by rezoning the property and make it more accessible and preserve the open spaces.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I asked a question about motivation before, and I think Pete kind of identified it, but ultimately your goal is that you are looking to develop it and you're looking to do it in a more compact way than is currently allowed under your zoning, under the.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can we hear from Ms. Thank you, Ms. Ellison? Do you need the map?
I
Might be good.
not as tall as these guys.
Oh, you have your own.
Yep,
Okay.
I have just a couple slides that kind of walk through, I think, some of the questions that you have raised. Did you have one you wanted to
Yeah.
start with?
Name and address. for-
Yes,
for the record, please.
Elizabeth Tellison, Winston and Cachet, 601 West Riverside, Suite 1900, Spokane, 99201.
Thank you.
Yes. So as you have already discerned, this is a change from a resource designation to a rural designation, and for the express purpose of having the availability to cluster zone. As was mentioned, there are existing platted lots out here, which don't require any further zone change. They only require a building permit in order to put a house on one of those 10-acre lots. The proposal is to keep this land together so that that clustering can be commercially viable. With regard to the de-designation, I have reviewed the settlement agreement. I have reviewed the GMA. There are 10 considerations for designating your commercial land of long-term commercial significance, or resource land of long-term commercial significance. And one of those considerations is what is long-term. Long-term is 20 years under the GMA. This land has been largely sitting idle with some egg production, hay production for the last 30 years. The only, as Mr. Thornton had discussed, the only land that even comes close to being somewhat viable for agricultural production is about 100 acres of type 2, type 3 soils, which are not the best soils. These are not unique soils. These are not prime soils. They designate because they will grow, but they are shallow, they are erodible, and they are not actively used for any crop production, only hay. So this is a kind of zoom in of the area, and you can see that these 10-acre parcels cover a large portion of those soils. So by keeping this in large tract ag, we aren't protecting those soils. We are only protecting those soils if a cluster development is approved, which comes with an obligation to maintain these open spaces. And in doing that, our expectation is that we would likely enter into a development agreement so that those covenants remain with the land. The time is now for this, largely because of the owner's age. It is under common ownership right now. That owner is committed to continuing some level of agricultural production on the lands that are suitable for production. The development of these clusters is expensive, as you know, and situating utilities in a way that serves the property is now, while we have a committed owner to do that. We can't say that will be true in 2 years. So here's the Spokane County criteria for changing large tract agriculture. Is a parcel of land 50% or greater of these class 1, 2, or 3 soils? The largest parcel is the 136 acre unplatted parcel. Of that, only about 48 acres are egg soils. So it doesn't meet that 50% criteria. The next largest tax parcel, which is comprised of 4 10-acre platted lots, is about 36 acres. So in this analysis, these are really, and to maybe jump ahead, there isn't a definition for parcel in the code. So I don't know if we're talking about tax parcels or platted lots, but I know for sure that platted non-conforming lots are entitled to a building permit under your existing code. So in my analysis, this does not meet Spokane County's criteria for being designated. So then we go to the Growth Management Act and the settlement agreement. Sure, the settlement agreement says no de-designation of resource lands of long-term commercial significance. Those are defined in the GMA by analyzing these 10 items. And we intend to come forward with evidence of each one of these items if this initiation request is approved. The first one is the only one in my initial analysis that checks that box. We do have type 2 soils, type 2 and type 3 soils. And the proposal, if this rezone is granted, is to keep those soils in production. Availability of public facilities, including roads and transportation for agricultural products. As Mr. Thornton said, the very large 4,000 acre tract across I-90 is getting out of the business because the market is not suitable to foster commercial production. Coming out of the tax status is certainly a question, but not a problem. It is a financial question for the owner. Availability of public services. In this instance, there aren't active public services, but the area is surrounded by residential, relatively high density development given its kind of recreational attributes. But clustering homes together helps make sure that those rural services can be made economically available. Predominant parcel size, as I mentioned, these are previously platted lots except for the 136 acre lot. Land use and settlement patterns. And did we get Scout? Can I switch? Okay. So when you go and look at this in a little bit more detail, come out on Scout and you will see that there are two little tiny isolated large tract agricultures, this one and one to the north on I-90. South of I-90, there's that very large tract of commercially viable land. The intensity of the nearby uses you will also see. There is platted development to the north, platted development to the east, and then this parcel in Silver Lake. The history of land development falls into that. The land values under these alternative uses, this land is no longer viable for commercial agricultural use. It has been supporting only a minor amount of hay production, which is not going to justify keeping it as a resource land. So to answer one of the questions that was raised, who makes this decision on whether or not it's commercially viable? That is you. You get to make these factual findings. And as I mentioned, we intend to come forward with evidence of each one of those considerations to ensure that you have the information to confirm that these are not resource lands any longer. They haven't been for 30 years. So what we would ask is two options. One, give us the opportunity to rezone those lands that don't meet the soil types. That's a little bit weird because the soil types don't follow parcel boundaries. So it will require a boundary line adjustment in order to accommodate that. What we think is a better solution for this property and for future planning is that the entire area be rezoned to RCV, that the open space plan that is put into place for these cluster developments contemplates preservation of those soils in a way for long-term use. And I may be repeating myself at this point, but one of the ways to do that is through a development agreement. I've entered into a number of those on behalf of my clients with Spokane County and other jurisdictions. They are an effective tool to ensure that the intent of the planning is followed through with by the owner. So that is our request. We do think this is not dead on arrival, that it warrants additional analysis, largely because the time is now for this owner. This owner, if this is denied, might not be here in 2026. And the financial considerations may be, let's just start selling off these platted lots. And then you are going to have sprawl instead of a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I do have a question, is, just for clarity, is de-designation a completely separate process from this comp plan amendment? And if so, is de-designation something that the Planning Commission recommends?
So my view on it is what is being requested today is a de-designation. So this process, it is currently designated as the long-term commercial significance. So you're not going back through the process and saying, is it still appropriate? Although I understand that thought. I mean, you could go through that process as a part of it. The issue that we're running into right now is because it is currently designated as that, if we come out of that, it is a de-designation. And in the Mickey settlement agreement, it requires us to do very specific things. Whether or not it was appropriately designated in the first place, that ship has sailed. At this point, it is designated. And so under section 10, several section 10s, like section 10.3 requires that if we are going to de-designate natural resource lands of long-term commercial significance prior to July 1st, 2033, which this is exactly that, we have to meet the triggers for review for the urban growth expansion and in the countywide planning policies. I understand that it's not being requested to expand the urban growth areas, but you use the same triggers to determine whether or not we can de-designate these lands, as I understand it. The other thing we have to do is prior to taking any action, including action on initiation, we have to provide written notice to very specific people in Exhibit G at least 60 days prior to taking action. I don't believe that has been done at this stage. We gave general notice. We gave notice to the list of interested people, but we have a very specific list of petitioners that were mandated to provide at least 60 days of notice for. So if this commission were to take action today in the positive for this, that would put us in breach of the settlement agreement. What we could do is, just because we at very least, because we haven't given notice in writing to all of the specific people we're mandated to give notice to, the board, the commission could continue this for consideration to initiate, so we could give that notice and at least start there. But in going forward with the process, we also have to meet those triggers. We have to demonstrate that we've met them. We have to provide that notice to the petitioners. The petitioners have a right to come back then and object. I don't believe that we have, at least at this early stage, I don't believe that we have anything analyzing those triggers at this point. I think in just briefly looking at our settlement agreement, I think it's a little unclear at what stage. It seems to be that the triggers are supposed to be met before we even initiate it. So we would probably need clarification from the petitioners in the Mickey settlement agreement just to make sure that we don't breach, because it's very clear in the settlement agreement that if we misstep here, it will be a breach, and I'm very concerned about that. So today's options for the commission are to either deny the movement forward of this initiation or to delay it by at least 60 days so we can give appropriate notice and then kind of backtrack and go back through and make sure we lay the appropriate groundwork.
If it was a vote of delay, when is the next time they would have the time to reapply and go through this process again?
They can stay in the current process. We can just delay initiation. We would just delay this public hearing by about 2 months, and then we'd initiate it a little late. And then it would just it would catch up basically to the rest of them when it came back before you in the final plan. So it could still go forward this year, potentially, just the initiation would be delayed.
Does staff have time and capacity to do this kind of analysis of those triggers that are outlined in the settlement agreement?
I mean, I think it's staff's take that if the board chose to initiate this, that it is the applicant's obligation to provide that analysis, and then we can, work through it with them. I think that just kind of to add on Jessica's commentary earlier that, no one necessarily knows if, or Ms. Tellison may be right that this, is not the prime candidate for a resource lands designation. However, it is one. And I think that's the big issue here.
I don't want to jump into the discussion too much, but when we get to the discussion, could you please address what takes precedence, legal settlement or Washington Administrative Code? And I would say, let's wait for the discussion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm happy to answer that when we get
My,
there.
my question I was asking, or I wanted to ask, how many landowners are there on this 218 acres that is being proposed?
I think
Yeah.
that would be best just to have the applicant answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
There's presently one landowner.
I'm sorry.
There's presently only one landowner.
Though you have quite a few 10-acre parcels, they're owned only by one.
They are presently all under a single ownership, yes.
I just have maybe just one procedural question. So requirement for 60 days notice to the petitioners on the settlement agreement to give them opportunity to comment. Material that they would have to review and say, yeah, sure, or no, we object. Is that required to be available with the 60-day notice? And so that makes it possibly longer.
That's correct. So we're required to provide notice that we're considering a de-designation. The settlement agreement does not appear to be clear at what point we need to provide the petitioners with the triggers for review analysis. My presumption would be, in order for them to make an educated comment, would be at the time that we're presenting them with notice. So that's correct. It may take us longer than that to gather and come up with an analysis of the triggers, provide them with the notice and move forward. Or perhaps we provide them with the notice and they say, well, now you have to do the triggers. And so then we have to go back. And so it could take longer, notwithstanding, even if the delay is significant, we could potentially still hear it this year. It just depends on how on the track of the rest of them. We've passed amendments as late as December for these comp plans because it just takes that long sometimes. So there is a chance that even if the initiation was delayed until August, which we've initiated things as late as October, if we've been working on them, and then pass them as late as December. So there's still a chance it could go forward if we delayed it.
So, and just a final question, does the 60-day notice include the comment period, or does comment period follow on the notice?
So this is a little different. So this is a separate and apart for the GMA 60-day notice. The GMA 60-day notice has to be given 60 days before the Board of County Commissioners takes final action on the actual amendments, which is not a part of this initiation process. This 60-day notice is before we before we consider any de-designation. So that's 60 days prior to basically today that we're supposed to give notice to the petitioners. That's the way that I'm reading the settlement agreement, which we have not done, admittedly.
It appears that this should be delayed. Is that what I'm hearing from?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to close public testimony, or I guess maybe not.
We're just kind of talking here. While it's still open, I want it to be on the record.
Yeah, I guess we.
But I'll
probably don't
entertain
wanna
the
close-
motion. No worries.
No, I think I will draw the motion because if we're going to delay, we want to probably leave public
Wasn't
testimony.
seconded anyway, but thank you so much.
Perfect.
We need to think about this. What do you, Melissa? Wayne, what do you?
May I make one more comment, please, with the map available?
Absolutely.
May I borrow your? I want to point out that perhaps the Planning Commission wasn't involved, but certainly the Spokane County Planning Department was. This parcel here, this is South Silver Lake Road South, the county road, which dead ends into the property and is bordered by the property on both sides. There are vested platted roads pre-existing that do not require a blessing for us to just go ahead and construct roads onto the platted lots already. So the question isn't, will we do something? It's, we will. What we'd like to do is do a cluster development to preserve the open spaces instead of going with the existing lots as they are. I would like to point out that this 9026 was a marriage of this rural conservation zone land and this large tract agricultural land. Somehow it was carved out without and sold to Gonzaga for a competitive growing facility. So Gonzaga University, and this was in 2019. So since 2019, Gonzaga has purchased and constructed a competitive rowing facility and training facility that was a portion of this farm until 2019. So it's my perspective and the ownership's perspective that this body has already approved the concept that this land is no longer viable for commercial use by putting a competitive athletic facility on the property and on the lakefront. So I think the principle of this is that you've already done this. We just want to keep going. Carve out an exception for Gonzaga University and then put a bunch of that we don't know that Gonzaga met the same conditions that we would be expected to make here. It doesn't make sense to us. We would like to understand how those two things are in play. So for us, we think that the principle and the premise was set, and we're following premise that the commission and or the building department has set already. Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to close public discussion or comment and move to board discussion.
Second.
All those in favor of closing public testimony for 09, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Public testimony is hereby closed. Discussion among the commissioners. Chair will entertain a motion of unknown origin, however, to delay or reject or approve. But we can't approve. If I'm here from council here, that would not be appropriate at this point in time, knowing what we know now.
I make a motion to delay for at least 60 days and maybe
60?
a little bit longer to get the notice out. I don't.
Proper time.
At the proper time.
That could probably be cleaned up and be, but I
A motion to delay until the appropriate time to allow for a 60-day notice.
Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Second from Pete. Did we do that right? Jeff?
Yes, that's appropriate. We'll renotice it when we're ready.
I think that's makes logic.
I just need to inquire, does the delay need to be for the de-designation process as opposed to the CPAIR?
They're one and the same. So,
Okay,
and
just
it'll
wanted to
be for
make
the
sure.
initiation. So yes, we understand that what this commission is doing is delaying this until the appropriate time that we can come back before you for a public hearing on the initiation of the de-designation.
There's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Is there discussion before we take the vote?
Yes.
Yes, Alan.
I'd like to go back to earlier comment, just in terms of the settlement agreement, RCW, Washington Administrative Code, precedents there, since that settlement agreement is clearly impinging on state directed guidance.
So your question is an incredibly complicated one. Of course, there's nothing simple. So
I'll give you 2 words to answer. No, just kidding.
the answer is the settlement agreement in this circumstance takes precedence. So the settlement agreement is a contract, and a contract can curtail what you are otherwise permitted to do by law. It cannot require you to take unlawful acts, which this is not. It's preventing us from taking an action that would otherwise be lawful. So in this case, the settlement agreement prevails over any de-designations. Even if the de-designation were allowed, which it is, otherwise, as long as it meets all of the requirements, the settlement agreement tells us we cannot, and we would be in breach if we don't meet its terms. So, and that would be bad.
So the point that I would like to offer is there's 2 questions here. There's legal restrictions that we have, and we can determine whether or not we can potentially get over those legal hurdles. And then the other issue is what makes the broadest sense. And that's really what the Planning Commission is primarily doing in terms of long-term community development. Clearly, there is going to be some sort of a development of this property, and how that is done, whether it is in a piecemeal or in a coherent type of fashion, is probably the consideration that we should look at as to whether or not we consider outright rejection or delay. I would put forward that I think they are offering a more comprehensive and thought out type of approach. We've all driven around the areas in and around outside of the urban growth area and seen how much of that land has been swallowed up in parcels that ultimately are going to become almost impossible to develop. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily going to be developed even in the 20-year time frame, but this would allow for the development that is currently permissible to perhaps happen in a way that is better suited both for public utility capabilities as well as larger use of the land by the community. And I would say that it is worth giving the applicant the opportunity to pursue that and to negotiate with the petitioners from the agreement to see if we can come to an acceptable solution.
Can we vote on the question that's on the floor, please?
We have one more question.
I just want to, I'm gonna agree with Mr. Nolan that I think that the dream, as the applicant said, is a worthwhile one. However, obviously, I think we need to be pretty respectful of the agreement, the settlement agreement that we've entered into. And so I'm in the same place as Mr. Nolan, that I don't want to shoot this down because I think it probably is a more meaningful way to develop this land. But I also have serious concerns about violating the settlement agreement, but I think we should give the applicant the opportunity to try to meet that. And if it's not overbearing for staff to do that analysis and communicate with the petitioner, then I think that delay is appropriate.
I've got a comment. I don't want to jinx this process, but 50 years ago, when I started in land use, I learned the phrase getting to know. N-O. And I'm really proud. I think we are attempting to get to yes, if yes is the right answer. And I'm pleased that we're working through this because land use was complicated before growth management. It's on steroids now in terms of complication. And these are not simple processes. And I'm just glad that everyone's taken an open mind to how do we solve this?
Just a final point for discussion. We have the settlement agreement, it's contract. Were we to take anything other than delay, which offers a window, however big it is, but an opportunity to let the petitioners who worked through this with the county to view the arguments for or against de-designation, and then potentially a comprehensive plan amendment and accompanying zone change. Were we to try and come to some other situation today or resolution today, there's quite a bit of resource land in the county, as Sigmund was pointing out, that needs to be viewed through the same lens, and which is what Commerce recommended and staff pointed out to us. So trying to do the one-off, although I'm all for cluster development, preserving what land we can, there's several issues at play here, and equity is probably out there. So that's my comment, is we need to treat this proposal the same way we would everybody else that owns resource lands that may want to de-designate at this point in time, because you're right, conditions have changed. It's not the ag that we used to have.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I just want to make, in addition to your comment, that we've talked a lot about holistic planning. And like you said, there are other areas that need addressed in our resource categories. So to me, this is almost more piecemeal because we would only be looking at one site. You know, our natural resource category, the Commerce has commented that, has things to work through. So while I would agree that maybe for a site specific area, this would offer more planning than just rearranging platted lots, but as a countywide analysis, would it really be more holistic? I'm just offering that as food for thought.
I would like to offer a counter to one of the points that you made, Melissa, and specifically in terms of a holistic versus a partial consideration. And that is, this is an open process in terms of who is allowed to make that request. We have opened the window for that and made it fairly broad to allow those who are interested. We don't have a large number of them requesting it. And that in terms of people's free ability to pursue the highest and best use of the land, that opportunity has been out there. So it's not that we're failing to do a holistic view that is not listening to the interests of others. Others have not expressed interest. This is a specific owner who has expressed interest in doing so, and then making someone wait for perhaps a once in a decade type of situation where we're doing a broader review, I don't think is appropriate. And that's the exact reason why we have this annual review process, which is not very frequent either when it comes right down to it.
We're ready for the vote to delay. All righty, all those in favor to delay as was originally stipulated in the motion and seconded, signify by saying aye. All opposed by the nay sign. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. At this point, the chair would entertain that we recess for take a quick adjournment for
I'll second
5
that.
minutes. Second. Without objection, so ordered. 5 minutes. Mission, thank you for your time. Next order of business will be the consideration of comprehensive plan amendment initiation request for number 10. Public testimony, of course, is open. Mr. Neiman.
Chairman Pohl, thank you very much. Sagan Neiman, Spokane County Planning, for the record. CPAIR number 10 is very similar to our first request of the day, and probably will have a lot of similar comments and questions. Let me jump forward in my notes here. But if you're looking at our vicinity map here, we're in between those two intersections again. We have a approximately 6-acre light industrial property that is requesting an LDR designation. If you can see here, there are some adjacent LDR designations currently to the south. And I do believe that there are preliminary approved plats, at least on one of these. And I know that the applicant and his representative are here, and they could give you some specifics on that project. But I think one of the big topics of conversation is there is not a built out road within this public right of way. And a lot of the comments with the previewing agencies were about traffic. And, that would need to be something that would need to be provided before we went to hearing what this project would be. How is traffic going to be handled, and how will access be provided? So again, City Spokane Water and Sewer would be the purveyor for those at this site. And I guess that would conclude my summary. And if there'd be any questions on this one, I'd take them now. I will just say I had a minor error in my report on this one for the location, so I apologize for that. I think just to add to kind of my original thought is that, a lot of the commentary on that first project today is going to apply to this. They have the same, analysis that will be required to properly take a look at these water, sewer, traffic. I know that the applicant's representative is here and is prepared to make a presentation as well. If you'd like to hear from him.
I have a question prior to this being number 10, the ones prior to this, where they have the same situation and asking for the same zone change like we're looking at here, or the same change designation?
You're referring to number 8 and the other?
8 or the other ones, exactly the same change.
Very similar, yes. So I believe number 8 and number 10 actually are the two light industrial to a residential requests on the West Plains.
Okay,
Very similar size, parcel size.
but nothing that we did last week, I mean, the prior meeting
No,
layers. Okay,
no,
okay,
those were existing residential zones that were going to a higher category.
Thank you for your help.
Yes, sir.
Questions for Mr. Neiman, or should we hear from the applicant? And you'll alert me Ella, if there's anyone who wants to speak online.
So far none.
So far, so none. You're the applicant?
Yes,
Name and address, please. And the-
Edward Kutzar, 2507 East Estimate, 99202. I am co-owner and developer of this parcel. And so I just kind of wanted to explain a couple thoughts, just kind of what we're doing here. And just address, I guess, a couple things here. So let me pull up a couple of my notes. Would I be able to use the map, the mouse to kind of guide a couple of these things? So we are currently owners of 3 parcels. We own this 2.5 acre parcel, this 5 acre parcel, and the 6 acre parcel here. These obviously are the LDR currently. And so I know a big concern that Sagan mentioned too was obviously traffic and utilities in regards to these developments. We've come to kind of a conclusion, speaking with the planning and building department and with City of Spokane with utilities. We will be paving a 24-foot road through this right of way to access these 2 parcels. Similar with also the utilities. So utilities will also be running through here. Obviously giving access to this 3rd parcel as well. And so our request, again, like Sagan mentioned, was to go from the light industrial to the low density residential. We are planning on just doing a short plat, so just nine parcels through this additional parcel if it does get approved. So I guess a couple things, obviously infrastructure obviously will be there already. We are planning on developing, we are in the preliminary plat process for these 2 parcels currently. And so that infrastructure will be there regardless of what the request gets approved or denied for this parcel. Like I said, it will be a paved asphalt road here. Another thing to just kind of keep in mind was there is lots of offsite services that we're providing here for the city of Spokane for the utilities, and then also for the asphalt road. There's about 1,800 feet worth that we're going to be doing here. And so thus being obviously the offsite services being kind of a high amount, close to the 7 figures for development fees. We were looking to kind of offset that in some way, shape, or form. Originally, what our thought process was is to do a long plat or just a traditional plat on these 2 parcels and doing a 60 lot development between these 2 current LDR properties. Our thought process was, again, if we get approved for this rezoning of doing just 3 short plats, so instead of the 60 lots between these 2 is doing the 27 between the 3 of them, 9 lots between each parcel. So just something to kind of keep in mind, because I know there was discussion in regards to water overload and not being able to obviously have enough sufficient capacity. And so that was just kind of a thing that we were kind of talking about, because we do need to obviously offset some of those expenses for the offsite services that we are going to be doing. Another thing too was in regards to this parcel, we're not exactly sure what we're going to be doing if it's remained the light industrial, whether that's a farm. I know there's a couple of different cannabis farms here. This is a cannabis farm. There's one down here too that's going to obviously require a certain amount of irrigation for that if it does remain and gets denied our approval. And so just something, again, also to just food for thought, I guess, in regards to the development and what we are kind of just deciding to do moving forward. Other than that, that's kind of all the points I wanted to bring up, and just let you guys know kind of what we're planning on doing, so you guys understand kind of the whole scope of the whole project here. Yeah, and any other questions I can answer.
I had a question in regards to that. I'm going to use the word stovepipe for your roadway. Is that tied into any certain parcel, or is that a total separate parcel from the other 3? the way it's shown on the drawing, and I'm trying to, in the drawing.
You're referring to this right away. So this right of way continues
Yes.
all the way down south to
You say
52nd.
a right of way, or is that a separate parcel to everything?
It's a right of.
It's right of way, unbuilt public right of way.
Mhm.
What's the?
52nd. So this is Thorpe, right north of here. I believe it's 52nd or 53rd, if I'm not mistaken. And then this is Cheatham, which is also partially gravel up to right here.
Well-
It's paved currently.
Will the parcels on both sides of that right of way be able to use that new improved road? Or is
Correct.
it gonna be how wide is that right of way?
I believe it's either 40 feet or 60 feet.
Well, I know for county, it's usually 60-foot right of way you need for road right, and that's all I'm asking. Because you begin to add 3 more parcels to it, I'm wondering, will it even be wide enough to handle?
It will, because the Spokane County only required us to pave 24 feet worth of asphalt for that road.
Would that accompany the availability then for those other 3 parcels, which would be 145 and 146 and 1430? They could also dump onto that same road?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, what we did in review is we're able to essentially have all 3 parcels tie into the same road with that one,
But now we're talking about 6.
three short plats. So we're doing these 2 short plats currently. We're just asking to rezone this so we can do an additional short plat on that property.
Yes, but my question was, will the adjacent 3 parcels
Oh, these
to
two,
the west be able
Gotcha.
to use that same road?
if they choose to, they can. Their current driveways through Cheatham Road. I know that the cutoff is 29 lots in regards to having access from a right of way before they start making you have higher requirements. And so we'd have 27. This would be the 28th lot up here north of ours that would have access from this new paved road. All these other parcels have current access from Cheatham.
Commissioner Hassey, I think what you're asking with it being public right of way, they could have the option. To get a driveway or something like that, they would have to go through Public Works and get an approach. I'm not sure of the rules for, the distance, or can you have 2 on 2 different right of ways? I'm not exactly sure about that part, but that would be the process to explore getting access to that second side.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make sure we have a wide enough access. And his answer was 40 foot, or maybe it's only 60. That's a big difference.
We would know those
Planning.
requirements is when we work with Public Works to review this. They've generally requested a study that ultimately comes out with those outcomes to keep the levels of service for the various road types that are out there. And then at the platting stage too, then they're going to have to go through road widths, all of those specifics, is on top of that.
I just wanted to be aware of all that.
Totally.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the area in red and then the 2 in yellow below. You said they would also access this new road you're putting in.
These 2 parcels
Yes.
here. Yeah, so we
So
are also owners
What
of these
would be the total number of units then that would be accessing that road versus?
Currently, we have 18, so there's 9 on this parcel, 9 on this parcel that we're going to be subdividing, and then potentially having the additional 9 if we do get the
Could be
approval.
27 off of that. road.
Correct, yes. And then this would be the 28th, which would also have access from that right of way, that paved road.
And is there a reason that the yellow one on the left wouldn't use Chapman instead?
Just so that we can access one road, we just need one entryway and it needs to be all paved. So instead of paving two full roads, this was going to be the more viable way of running our utilities. Oh, sorry about that. Running the utilities. It's also going to be easier to run the utilities with the rock. Obviously, as you guys know, there's tons of basalt there. So we need to tie into Thorpe, which is 17 feet deep for the sewer. And so as the grade goes down towards the east side of these parcels, the rock also gets more deep as well. So we don't have to dig as much of it.
So I just want to understand, did I hear you say that Cheatham or Chatham, whatever it is paved or not paved?
Currently, most of it is not. So right where my mouse is, that's where the paving currently ends. And then the rest of it's currently gravel. Yes, to the north of, yep. intersecting to Thorpe.
Right. And although you said your original intention was long plats up to 60, you're now
Correct.
thinking about short plat, and that's less trouble.
Yeah,
But there's nothing that would preclude you from changing your mind.
no, we could go to a long plat if we decided to do that. Yeah, we're just thinking long-term, how to make it easier for all of us, and then be able to offset some of those costs. Like I said, there's lots of offsite services that we're doing here, about 1,800 feet worth of utilities and road.
I think he also said that if he went above that 28, 27 number,
29.
then his 29, his road access would jump.
Would change.
The
yes.
requirements, yes.
Correct.
But you're talking about 7 figures already for just the paving that you're considering with the
Upper
27
6 figures. Yeah, I'd be
Yeah.
close to about that 7
six-
figure.
6 figures. So yeah, any more than that would, once you're up to 29, would require changes to the roadway configuration.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative. More testimony?
Yeah, we'll get it pulled up.
Are you an applicant?
So I'm a representative of the applicant. I guess my name is probably on the application. My name is Vitaly Cheklive. I'm with Bez Engineering, 4135 East 34th,
With what engineering?
Bez Engineering.
Okay.
So I just made a couple of cleaned up exhibits just to get a better picture of where we're at. I guess the other map kind of showed it pretty well, I think.
Thank you very much for that. I was about to ask the question of staff. It's hard for me to focus on just, 18 blocks of, platted real estate. I like to see major highways and connections and stuff like that. This is very informative. Thank you.
That's why I got that 195 intersection with I-90. It gives you a good idea of where we're at. So there's our subject property. The other 2 properties down to the south right there are also owned by the owner. This just gives a good idea of where we're at. We're pretty close to the airport. There's a whole lot of new development going on in Airway Heights and out here in the West Plains. Lots of new properties coming up. These are some of the planned improvements. This kind of gives you an idea of where currently just a preliminary layout of what's happening. The red represents about where the extent of existing pavement is in Cheatham.
Mhm.
So that way we can see where why the owner doesn't want to continue extending pavement down in Cheatham Road and then cutting through the APN over there, 2442 0102 down there to the south, bottom left. So these 2 are the properties that are owned by the owner as well. Here's the subject property in question. Currently, there is no real access to this as well as this property as well. So that's also another benefit of this project is we would be providing access to several properties that currently do not have access to it. And regarding the utilities, we've got existing sewer and water out here in Thorpe, and then the water extends just down here to about where the pavement ends in Cheatham. We would actually be extending, I believe, about 2,200 feet of sewer main altogether for this, and then about 1,800 of the water main. So we are providing a lot of service to properties that currently do not have service as well as access. And I feel like, so I kind of grew up in that area, and I feel like a lot of these properties have just stood around for decades without any really use. So I feel like this is it's about time. About time someone puts this land to use, and considering our housing crisis right now, I feel like this is like the perfect fit. You've got a lot of residential stuff coming up around the area. You've also got a lot of the residential and commercial, the light industrial and commercial stuff around here that's also expanding. So the amount of housing needed to support the growing population in the area is pretty critical, I think, and I think this is a great.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
What have you heard from the fire department in regards, because that's a real concern that I would ask for ingress and egress to it in case of fire? Has that been addressed?
I was just gonna say, did they comment on the other 2 preliminary plats, and do you remember what they said?
We would be doing turnarounds, fire turnarounds. for the road access.
Even with just one access in.
Well, we provide turnarounds wherever we cheat off with the roads. For example, if you have the proper dimensions to create a hammerhead, which we should have with the way the road is coming in here. I want to go back to this previous one. With these dimensions, we would provide the appropriate amount of dimension for the fire truck and fire equipment to turn around. And then we'd work to get detailed requirements from the fire department if they want something specific, something different, if they want like roundabouts or a different type of turnaround.
Has our staff, do you have showing that they have responded to?
Well, so we reached out to preview with the fire district here.
Right.
Sorry. Saying even for the record, we reached out to preview. Fire District 10 did not respond to a preview session. However, they are good at commenting at the project phase. And I'd like to think they'll comment at a SEPA circulation if it got circulated. We reached out to them in good faith and we even set a reminder, you know, we'd like to meet. We did not get a response from that fire district.
I've got a question. There's on this map that you're showing us, it looks like there's a large structure just to the right of your bullseye in the middle there. It seems to border that. Is that industrial or what's that?
Yeah, that's a light industrial. These are all light industrial here. And then I believe this is the first one that goes to low density residential, and then to the northeast of there is also low density residential.
Have we heard anything from them?
Not at this point, no.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Questions from the commission? If not, the chair will entertain them.
Motion to close public testimony.
Second.
Motion's been made to close public testimony and seconded. All those in favor of closing public testimony on note 10, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Against?
We did add a hand raised.
There's a
Oh, we have
hand
a
raised
hand raised.
online. So perhaps we could reopen public testimony for
Motion to reopen public testimony so we can hear the testimony of the person with their hand raised online.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of reopening public testimony in 10, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Reopened. Ella, please. Tell me what's going on. Let's hear from this person.
Okay, Vlad, you're on. He has to unmute himself.
Is he mute? Is he? Yes, unmute.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I was on mute. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Awesome. My name is Vlad Kutsar. My address is 5917 East Valley Springs Road, Spokane, Washington, 99217. And I'm one of the partner owners of the development. My brother actually came up there, Ed Kutsar. So there's just a few things I wanted to address, just so you guys, when you guys are discussing, you guys can kind of keep in mind. So Matt, he's the head engineer there. So he's aware that we're rezoning this parcel. So we are working with him about, you know, the widths, and you guys asked a question about whether that right of way was 40 or 60. I believe it's 40 feet, that right of way. So if we go over that 28 lots, then we have to just pave Cheatham. So in the future, if those other lots, like you asked, can they have access to this right of way? They would have to go through Cheatham and pave Cheatham, or, you know, that question can be brought up with Matt while we're doing the preliminary plat on the on the south two parcels. And that question can be brought up with Matt, and then we can maybe come to an agreement, you know, maybe to go up higher if, you know, if we can work something out with Public Works. So that's also an option. We have pretty open communication with Public Works, and we're, you know, willing to work with them so that, you know, for future development as well, because if they rezone all of this in 26, you know, we're going to want more roads there probably and more access points and whatnot. So we're pretty open with that. And same thing with the fire district. So I think that's, I mean, they're going to be aware that we're going to rezone, or we're trying to rezone, we're applying for this, for that north parcel. So we'll have the appropriate turnarounds, and we're just trying to, before we go through the process of the preliminary plat on the 2 south lots, you know, trying to see if we can rezone the north one, so that way we can plan accordingly with turnarounds and road sizes and our development, stuff like that. So that's why we applied for it this year, because we were given, we were told, you know, we could wait till 26 and maybe the county will just redo it and you don't have to, you know, go through this whole process, pay these fees, but we wanted to, so that way, you know, we don't put this road in and we have to come in and tear it out and upgrade utilities. The second point I wanted to mention is that we're also working with the city, and the city knows that we're rezoning this parcel and that we're trying to go up north, go down south. And, you know, they were saying we have the open communication where we might be able to upgrade those utilities as well to service future development down south and to the east, to the west as well. So just wanted to kind of let you guys know about that as well, that's also something that we're open with and talking to the city about as well. So that way, like I said, we're just trying to make it easier for everyone to develop in that area, and then, you know, cut down on breaking up the road and doing all these extra steps later, you know, in 26. This way, if we have it, we can just do the road right away and kind of work. So that's just a few thoughts I had while I was listening to your guys' discussion. Just kind of wanted to throw that out so you guys are aware of that. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. Questions for Lad? Chair would take a motion to close public testimony.
I'll make a motion to close public testimony.
Second from Melissa. No discussion on that. All those in favor of closing public testimony, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Public testimony is hereby closed on number 10. Chair would entertain a motion to approve the comprehensive plan initiation amendment for initiation request for number 10.
So moved.
So moved by Pete. Second by Clyde. We have a first and a second. Time for discussion.
This, like the other West Plains, Thorpe, UGA, JPA, C-pairs, has the same issues. I see that they've got a plan for roads, water, sewer, but we're being asked to look at these piecemeal and what's really needed. I think I'm using the cart before the horse metaphor that differently than Pete did earlier, but that planning needs to be done before we start moving these forward. I mean, they could be sent on. BOCC could go ahead and say, yep, let them in. And then staff's got a lot of work on their plate without having that benefit of joint planning with the city and with other jurisdictions. And it becomes more of a not a cooperative, collaborative effort, because everybody's being pushed to put these through the pipeline before they were ready to do it. So that would be my comment.
Council, these are initiation requests, and most of the discussion this morning has been diving into the details of what if on all of these issues. There'll be several more bites of the apple as these plans all begin to move along and studies are made. Staff will take a deep dive into these at the request of with their own protocols. The applicants will be asked to produce documents to answer any questions that staff may have. It will come back to us to move these problems, these projects along. I think just innocently, can I just say, shouldn't we be looking at, if this doesn't make sense, we can stop it right now. But if the change has merit, we should move forward and let it and let the process continue on. We've never had this too much before. We did it. We started last year, by the way, for the benefit of the new folks. And I think we want to be just as transparent as we can so that the public has ample opportunity to take a look at, but in the chair's eye, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is sort of like the 40,000 foot view of, this looks like it may have some merit. We could move forward, but the heavy lifting is to come. Am I wrong about that?
So you're not wrong in the procedure. Typically at this point, we're not going to have a lot of information, all the information.
There's nothing to
that-
talk about.
Well, to some extent, you're correct, but to the other end, there is nothing in the GMA or the WACs or even county code that tells us exactly what your threshold is at this stage. It's really meant to be a discussion and an input from the public on whether or not this is an appropriate amendment to initiate, to go to the next phase and to put all of that work into. So that said, I think Commissioner Whitstruck's points are also valid in that, maybe there's a different way, or maybe these should be considered at the larger 10-year evaluation is also a valid consideration. Considering whether something's dead on arrival or has a fatal flaw as we did, or delaying it as we did in CPR 09, also valid. There's really no right or wrong way to do this. Just having the conversation and saying, is this something that this commission wants to move forward this year? Now, that said, also, if you recommend against initiation, the Board of County Commissioners can still consider that and hold a public hearing and overturn you. This is a recommendation to them. So that's another layer to this process. And then, as you said, also, if you initiate it, it will go and it'll come back before you and answer a lot more of the detailed questions. So there's no right or wrong way to do this process.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Wayne.
I guess I look at the proposal today and then the other two that were in the yellow. And I guess to me, in moving forward, I would really like to see the developer, when he comes to next time with us, if we approve this, then we could look at all three pieces at once, which stops some of that piecemealing of a little bit here, a little bit there. So I would encourage that we move it forward. And then when you come back, you have all three pieces together as one plan with everything, and maybe the fire department involved, et cetera. And we don't take little chunks, but we take the whole piece together, would be my request. Thank you.
If I can make a comment, Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that we could do as time moves forward is collect some of these concerns about analysis. And at a future workshop meeting, collect those comments and concerns that you have, and then staff can come back for the projects that the board chooses to initiate and provide the analysis you want to see. That'll help you get more comfortable with making a decision. I don't think at this point in time we can accurately say that's been done, but I think what we can do is take your concerns and where you think the analysis needs to occur in various depths and provide that to you. So I just wanted to make that. Take your concerns forward as a staff perspective and take a look at them at the level of depth you would like.
I've struggled a lot with this. And I've come to an acceptance, not necessarily an agreement, that this isn't 2000. We're not rewriting the whole plan right now. And we're stuck, or we're blessed, depending on your outlook, with the GMA. And it appears that this is the way the GMA was written, that we amend these things as we go along, and the principle of GMA is valid. And but I've also heard from our absent leader today that the planning department has plans to enlighten us soon as to how this will make more sense. And I've come to make peace with that, because I think it is complicated, and I think you guys are working on it. So anyway, just for what it's worth, I've struggled with it. I'm not in the same boat I think everybody is up here. So I think we just got to keep moving on and work our way through it.
Thank you, Pete. I'm going to support initiation of this one again with the same comments I had on the previous two. I hope to see these holistically when we have another bite at them, sort of a West Plains focus. Again, coping with the city's comments. And, but I have some more concerns about the other West Plains ones that we will look at hopefully in a little bit here, but I'm going to support this one.
I would like to add my 2 cents worth, maybe. You know, I was one of the fortunate ones that came along and I was part of the original GMA when it was brought together. And I will recall 20 years ago, we still haven't accomplished what we promised the citizens we would do. Joint planning. That is the funniest word ever. It does not exist between all the different agencies. We got the city here, we got the county here, and we're each kind of driving our own bus. We forgot to drive the same road. And until we take personalities out of this, this is what we got. We better understand it. We better drop the personalities and get with the issues about Spokane. That was my biggest concern I had then. And I'm going to say it today. We still have a problem. It's a we and they. And I hate it because it's not about Spokane. I support moving forward. Sorry, 20 years ago was frustrating and I'm right there again.
Your wisdom is
I'm sorry.
well acknowledged, and thank you, Clyde, for that clarification. So we're always welcome, and you have the historical perspective more than anybody on this commission. Pete's close. Maybe you were there, weren't you? No, he just came after that.
I was there when the boat landed.
In the boat landed. Thank you for that image.
He tied it up.
He tied it up. That's what he did. He welcomed it. But thanks a lot. Any other comments? We ready to entertain a motion to approve number 10?
So moved.
So moved by Pete. We need a second by Wayne to approve C-pair number 10. Discussion on the motion? If not, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
One nay. Let the record reflect. Thank you very much. Great discussion. We will now take up comprehensive plan amendment initiation request number 11. Sagan Neiman.
Thank you, Chairman Paul. Sagan Neiman for the record. This is another familiar area to the commission members that were here last year. We are up on Hastings Farwell in between 395 and Highway 2. The county's received a lot of requests on this corridor to increase the density. And this is another request in that same vein. It's a request from low density residential to high density residential on about a half an acre. It is surrounded on two sides by an existing multifamily apartment complex, and there's a multifamily designation here, multifamily designations here, and then mixed use designations here. I think I just wanted to remind you from last meeting about what the comprehensive plan goals and objectives say about multifamily categories. And what it says is good access to an arterial, near commercial, near transit. There are a few other details in there, but that's the major themes of that section. And the county's identified this area as being a point of interest. I know that Scott's talked about it a lot, but when you look at those categories, East Hastings has sidewalks, protected shoulders, a turn lane, multiple lanes. It is the highest category of arterial in the county. If you go to the west, you have a transit, you have the Hastings Park and Ride, you have commercial up and down division. And then if you go to the other side, you have Costco, there's unbuilt commercial areas, there's a school that has, playground infrastructure. This might be an area that this meets those categories. I will also say the neighborhood did not like these proposals. Generally, the concerns are traffic, especially East Farwell. And, I would expect that they would share those concerns as well. One major difference about this request compared to last year's requests is that this parcel has no frontage on Farwell, and that I'll let the applicant get into more descriptive transportation concepts for this parcel, but I do not believe it would circulate to East Farwell. But that is, really what the neighborhood was concerned about last year for these projects. So I would expect that they would have those same concerns this year. But at this point in time, that would conclude my presentation. I did want to mention last year that we had some concurrency doubts with Water District 3. I believe that they have achieved more sources of water, but if this gets initiated, we'll need to explore that portion as well to make sure that that is still up to date. And at this point in time, I'd take questions or defer to the applicant for more.
I just got a simple
Summary.
question. I thought that was Whitworth Water. Is that what Water District 3?
No, this is Water District 3 over here. This is not Whitworth
Okay,
Water.
all right, thank you.
And it was Water District 3 last year too.
You live up there, don't
Yeah, I drive by it every day.
you? Yeah.
Can you give a little bit more color to Water District 3's comments last year?
Basically, they had concerns that they had source issues, source capacity issues. And I think that was related to how much water they were allowed through their water rights. But we were forwarded that documentation from the state that showed an approval. And I'm not a water expert, so I apologize for not being super technical in my response. But we did get notification from Ecology that they were approved for more capacity. Thank you.
More questions? Applicant? Ben? You're speaking for the applicant, not necessarily as.
Yes, I am
Okay,
the
thank-
applicant, but I
Thank
wanted
you.
to make sure I had coverage.
No, you're good.
Thank you, Sagan, for introducing this application. Here I am once again, this as I was here last year on Hastings Road. And Adobe has issues. So Sagan is correct that this property 0.55 acres, so a little more than half an acre. It does not have access to Farwell. It doesn't even have access to Hastings Road. Its access to Hastings Road is by easement through the adjoining parcel. So she's working on it. But what this is this is a completion. We have high density residential to the east of us. We have high density residential zoning to the south of us. All three parcels of high density, all two parcels of high density residential are currently owned by the same owner. This third property is owned by the same owner. And what we anticipate to do is this comp plan change this to match the zone and then be able to continue the apartment complex that is already existing on Hastings Road. And once the picture shows up, there it is.
There you go.
Then we'll be able to expand that apartment and finish off the property. What I wanted to do with this is, as you mentioned, is like we zoom in really on the property, but what is the area? So here we have the Wandermere area. So this is 30 years of development. To go back kind of in history, back in 85, there wasn't a whole lot out here. There was Meade High School, there was the shopping center, which I can't remember the name of right now, which is over at Mill and Hastings Road. Fred Meyer wasn't there. In 95, the Albertsons went in. Primarily, all of this development that you see is 30 years accumulation of development and planning and moving forward. Today, we have a large amount of commercial here on Division Street. We have close proximity to our schools, Farwell Elementary, as well as the middle school. We have access to trails, even to Wandermere Trail, which runs here along Division Street and sweeps down to Wandermere Road, and the connection to the Children of the Sun Trail, which swoops up to the North Spokane corridor. We have a North Spokane corridor now in this area, providing additional transportation and movement. Last year for this corridor, we did levels service analysis for the comp plan amendment, looking at these intersections of Pittsburgh here and also at US 2 and Farwell, looking at those. And in 2045, which we were projected to look at, the 2045 development year, our thresholds of level of service were not the best here at on the highway, but we were also projecting pretty far in the future. Ultimately, this is a small half an acre parcel that we want to include and be able to move forward. We believe that this small parcel does meet the criteria of the comprehensive plan. These goals that are within the comprehensive plan, we feel that we have met those, and I don't want to take up too much time today, but specifically, and not diving too deep into but we believe that we have met those and that this is a good fit for a plan change. We are located in arterial as dictated. We are close to commercial. We have sidewalk access. We have close proximity to transit. I forgot to mention that. Here's the transit center. So we have all these things. We even have access to Camelot Park, the Costco across the way, the half-mile radius, typical pedestrian length of travel, how far a pedestrian would travel is half mile to a mile. So we have all these benefits going forward for this property. Any questions?
I have a question. As a landscape architect, I'm always liking green belts. I love golf courses, but I also like parks. Where is the closest park to this site that could be used by the density that we're talking about?
The closest park, that would be the Camelot Park here, and informal recreation activities would be here at the schools.
So it's over a half mile away for the kids to walk then?
Yes.
Can you just describe the nature of the development that's already on the south parcel? Sorry that I did not check that myself, but just it's already an apartment there and it'll be similarly developed to the north.
Yep, that's the one I need. So we have here is the existing apartment complexes. So we have 4 buildings and they have 36 units on the high density residential. This parcel here is currently developed as a single family home that has run a commercial operation out of it. With the purchase by the property owner, that facility will actually be removed. They're taking steps this year in that process to remove this and to continue. As you can see, the drive aisles here for the apartment actually extend east-west. And so we anticipate that we would extend those east-west and then do our access road here on this side, creating a good loop for fire connectivity and circulation within future development. It's just this little half-acre parcel here that doesn't quite complete the rectangle.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Part of the problem and my frustration is each year for the last several years, we keep talking about having recreational facilities, space. And I remember when we talked about the other space right there that we talked about, and I thought we emphasized the importance as we build into these situations that we have recreational area and then a half a mile to get to the schools and that. And now here we are today again, looking at another piece of this whole area, but no recreational facilities for kids or elderly to get to. We're just gonna put more density into something we talked about a couple of years ago when you were here before with that, when we emphasized the fact of having some park area. And here we are again, more density, no park area, and we're still a half a mile away. I don't know if the developers are hearing us, but the public is telling us, we understand you building and building up and building out, but we'd like to have some facilities where grandparents and kids can go and exercise. And here we are one more time, not addressing that at all. And I guess that's frustrating to me because we don't have enough area to exercise and go without a half a mile away. And now we're going to add more to that. So, and well, it gets frustrating because we never ever hear anything about that. We only hear about going up and adding more homes. And I understand the need for homes, but we also have needs to have exercise.
I can understand that frustration. I have a unique position. I am here before the Planning Commission in the entitlement phase. I also work on the development phase. I do the traffic analysis, I look at the properties, I look at the designs, I look at the utilities. Something that you don't get to see here in the entitlement phase within planning is the actual development. So with the apartment complexes, we have also with it incorporated with them, if the site is large enough that we get to incorporate in spaces like these or spaces up here, like just depending on where it fits, is a private open space where we can put in a small playground for younger children. We may not have the big field of the park, but we have a small area because young mothers don't want to take their child all the time to the big park when they want to stay closer to home. They can keep an eye on them and keep better suited for them. Most apartment complexes, given their sizes, will actually have a private open space that will have a private playground for the residents within them, whether they be a playground, whether they be a swimming pool, or just a small clubhouse area. I can understand the frustration that we talk about density. We don't get to talk about the actual development and what we really get to develop and build here in this venue because we're still in the entitlement phase. But that is our ultimate goal when we get to it, is that we will be able to provide that.
Oh, I know I'm taking advantage of you because I know you're the guy that's going to be the one responsible in the end. And I just want to make sure that we continue to keep it out front that it's a concern and a desire. And I appreciate you working with us on that.
Yes, thank you. And it is a concern of the developers as well, because it's an amenity. Their vacancy rates based upon the amenities. I mean, we're still housing crisis and all, but people get to pick and choose where they want to live. They get to pick and choose and see if their kids are of age that they really have to have a swimming pool, or if their kids are younger and just want to have the jungle gym. They'll get to pick and choose, and having those amenities will pick for the residents where they want to live, and that's of concern to development.
I'll just say that I think being this close to the Children of the Sun Trail is fabulous. And it appears to me, just looking at Google Maps, that without ever crossing any major arterial, you could be on the Children of the Sun Trail and walk about a half a mile to get there. And for me, that feels pretty good.
Yeah, Children of the Sun Trail is a bike and pedestrian. It has good emphasis on bikes. And so with a bike for bicycle travel, you can be 10 to 20 miles of coverage and not just limited to the half mile.
For sure. And ultimately that potentially could provide commuting resources for folks who live up there and do want to bike commute all the way to downtown eventually. Should the freeway be finished, that Children of the Sun Trail will reach downtown or very close to downtown at its terminus.
Any further comments? Ben, you done?
I'm done. Thank you for your time, and I request that you initiate this to move forward.
Thank you. I don't see anybody up there now. So when, anybody have their hand up? A little box to the, yeah.
No, all the attendees left.
Motion to close public testimony.
Who made that? Alan, okay, second by who? Pete? All those in favor of closing public testimony for 11? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, saying nay. Public testimony is hereby closed. Chair will entertain a motion to approve 11. So, okay, discussion on the motion. Moved right here, second by Wayne. Thank you. Keep the flow, would you please? See no discussion?
I'll just be, I always
Logan,
want
go
to be
ahead.
clear about why I'm voting, and I'm gonna vote in favor of this one. I think that it makes sense to me. It's like already part of a apartment development. Although I hear that a half mile is kind of pushing the pedestrian limit here, I still feel like it's pretty good, and access to the Children of the Sun Trail. And I think that hopefully some additional like pedestrian amenities will continue to develop there. Looks like maybe there's some lacking pedestrian amenities, so I hope that that'll continue to be built up, but I think this one makes sense.
Thank you. Melissa?
The only concern I have, I mean, it is in a high density area and it is half an acre and a half an acre makes a difference with high density. Is that the circulation is going to be facilitated by an easement and there's not really any roads around that development, it looks like.
But the one owner. But I believe that one owner is gonna own all the property,
Right.
so the easement becomes less meaningful, I suppose.
It's just a lot of dwelling units to be using an easement for a road,
Mhm.
essentially.
If,
Mike?
if I'm not mistaken, that was part of last year's comments that we were concerned about. And I love progress, but I really feel that better use of a half an acre is not that big. That as a green belt for the neighborhood, to me, makes more sense. And giving the kids something close by. Yeah, I can appreciate a half mile. That's not for everybody.
Ready for the question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay by nay, 2 nays. Let the record reflect. Ozzy and roll call. Passes. 5-2. Next up, comprehensive plan amendment request, initiation request for CPR number 12. You hold it up, okay? Pardon? Hold it up, okay?
It is true. It's site, this time, you know, I think it's just where we're at. Still learning here. But I know, right? I mean, I can see parents, you know, 3 of them. I guess that helps. Right now, we're prepared to go down. So 1.5. No. Yeah, this is worth water. Talk to my buddy about this one. This is a super intended where it's on.
Are you ready for me?
I'm ready.
All right, Sagan Neiman for the record. We're in the North Metro still. This time we're actually in fairly close proximity to the last request that we had heard. Although this is on the west side of 395 on North Mill Road. And, you know, I just want to say it as a general comment. I hear you about my maps and I'm going to try to provide some better context in the future for these.
Thank you.
Sometimes I struggle because this was like pushing a 50 something, slide presentation. So that's kind of where some of that comes from, but I will note that for the future. This is a request from low density residential to medium density residential. Medium density residential allows the 10 to 15 range for units per acre. There is an existing approved preliminary short plat on this site under the LDR designation, which allows 8 units per acre. So that is a land entitlement that exists on the property. And I just want to remind again that this is subject to those near commercial, good access to an arterial, near transit standards found in the comp plan for multifamily requests. This is out on North Mill Road, which I believe is considered an arterial road. But it lacks some of the infrastructure that the last one had. So I'll defer to the applicant to let him describe some of the amenities nearby, but that's generally this project. And I don't believe just transit serves this site either, but at this point, I'll take any questions. Otherwise, I'll defer to the applicant for his project summary.
Thank you. Questions, Neiman? Mr. Neiman? No? Let's hear from the applicant. Ben, you're on again. Yeah, you're famous. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got me for the rest of the period here.
Okay.
So this, just to correct a little bit for the record, saying there are actually 2 separate short plats approved on these, each parcel having its own separate short plat approval. And yes, I did go through that portion as well and as you can kind of see here on the property.
You should be able to.
There it goes. Okay. What can't really be seen is that this portion of the property here is actually hillside. So we have some topography going for kind of against us, and it's also kind of going against the short plats themselves. With the approved short plats, we were going to bring in a private road. We were going to provide that access with a cul-de-sac turnaround for fire department. But from that cul-de-sac, we were then going to send some driveways in, but topography being what it is, it kind of makes it a little more difficult, and internal circulation for the short plat. This short plat having the private road and this short plat having just a driveway here, making it a little bit more difficult. And so the attempt that we are trying to do with this comp plan amendment is to get into a higher density zone so that we can improve our circulation. We only have Mill Road to be able to access to. And so access on Mill Road, if you've driven that road, you have multiple driveways, you have small roads that kind of come in and out. And currently there are 3 driveway accesses onto Mill Road for these 2 parcels. And so we wanted to be able to consolidate all that, keep it simple, keep it easily accessible. And I can, there we go. Oh, well, don't say that.
He did that on his own. Did he just unbelievable?
I don't get it.
Ben?
Here, let me fix that.
Well, let's
They're gonna
close,
put you on the payroll, Ben.
let's close Hastings.
Well, yeah, you give us a print a copy.
I did, but
Okay.
still.
Here, let you play with that one. Once again, we are in this northern area. We have at the bottom of Mill Road, you will actually find Wandermere Golf Course, the Wandermere Trail.
We need that up there for the benefit of the audience, if we can.
She's reloading.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, thank you.
It's got some issues.
I thought he had it handled, but he didn't get it. All right.
Well, I did close Hastings, so that should free up some memory. Yeah, Mill Road.
I'm just.
There we go. Okay. So as I was describing, down here at the bottom of Mill Road is Wandermere Golf Course, the Wandermere Trail coming up with its connection to Children of the Sun Trail. The half mile, we do have our limitations. We do have sidewalk along Mill Road. But as we anticipate that the old county gravel pit's going to develop here in the future, that some other amenities may be coming forward to that. As far as in terms of recreation and open space, we have Little Spokane River. While its access is somewhat limited, it is a great river. If you've ever floated down it like I did last year, it's a great river to go down, and a great area of wildlife to be able to see and provide that recreation. We still have the SDA park and ride. There was a comment about, no, there is not service currently on Mill Road from the SDA. They don't have a bus route, but we anticipate as we continue to grow and continue to move forward, that SDA would be able to expand further out from their park and ride to be able to loop up towards the Hastings, excuse me, not Hastings, but Hatch Road, up into the northern portion of Spokane County urban. This is very much an urban development that we anticipate with a higher density, we can solve some of our circulation issues.
Can you tell me anything about the pedestrian facilities? I feel like Mill recently had the pedestrian facilities upgraded. Is that accurate? And if not, are there good pedestrian facilities to get up the hill?
There is a sidewalk up the hill coming from here. I don't have a image for it so much, but just driving it, just being able to drive in Google Earth and kind of see that there is still that pedestrian accessibility, primarily anticipating more biking and being able to bike to and from the schools. Mead High School's right here, being able to hop on a bike and hop around here. There's also the shopping center here that escapes my mind. It was actually the first shopping center of this area. That was before the Albertsons, when Hastings Road was just a collector. It wasn't even an arterial. It was just a collector back in 85. And once again, we're looking at 30 to 35 years of growth in this area. And now that we've kind of taken up a majority of the properties, now we're starting to look to densify and make use of the services that we currently have.
I just asked about pedestrian facilities there because as you can just barely see on the map there's a little green dot just to the southwest of the red radius. Yep, that there. That's the trailhead that lets you access the Little Spokane River. So just over a half mile away, you have access to a unpaved trail that's fabulous. And so really there is, again, it's a half mile, but a half mile without crossing one street, crossing Hastings, you could access that trail. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't been on that trail. I've put in my.
I highly recommend it. It's almost totally undeveloped and there's there's actual springs still that are bubbling straight out of the ground from the aquifer at that location. It's a regeneration point for the Little Spokane River. And there was a dairy down there originally. And one guy JP Graves owned almost all of that property there.
Oh, I did not know that. That's cool.
I'm here to provide a little bit of insight.
Any more questions? All right. Thank you for your time. And I ask that you would request that you move this forward and initiate it.
Question for the applicant?
I have one technical question. How many units can you get on the medium density residential per acre?
You're allowed 15 units per acre on medium density.
15.
15 units per acre.
I thought that was sure.
What is the topography of that particular parcel, or what is the dimension of the parcel?
Good question.
I'm not quite prepared with the topography or the dimensioning. Mostly the topography of it. If I go to my application, it is.
It is a sloped site. It's not designated as anything critically seriously sloped. But it's noticeable when you stand and look at it from the street level up the hill.
The reason for I was asking, because of the sensitiveness to the proximity of the Little Spokane River, I was just looking at the runoff, if you're talking about more hard surface areas, because again, we got to do something with the water, and that's why I was wondering what the topography was.
Well, the benefit of the runoff is that we would follow the SRSM and that we would treat any of our runoff on site. We're not looking to discharge to the waters of the state.
Yeah, that's the rule.
One question on looking at this, you said the hillside, how much does a hillside take up that would stay the half acre or how much?
It takes up about a third of the site.
The site is 1.75 acres. Oh yeah, it says 1.6 there. According to the scout, it's 1.75.
Any other questions?
I think he's trying to respond to Logan's question.
Could you restate that question?
Oh, no, I think the only question that was unanswered, but I'm not that concerned about it, is like, what is the slope here? I was looking on the scout map if we had spot elevations, but it doesn't look like the scout map has spot elevation, so we can't answer that question further. But
I drive by this not every day, but a couple times a week, and it's kind of kingly in the sense that it's just up high enough to have a nice view looking that I think it's pretty much to the north, a little bit to the west. There's some other projects similar. It's across the street from a very successful residential subdivision one in the 80s and 90s. It's a nice spot.
I can say going through the preliminary plat process, whenever we do a preliminary plat process, we are required to show any slopes that are greater than 30% because that represents a critical area. And this property did not have any slopes greater than 30%.
Any questions? Seeing no further questions, motion to close public testimony. So moved by Pete. Second by Wayne. All those in favor of closing public testimony on number 12, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Public testimony is hereby closed. Chair will entertain a motion to approve comprehensive plan amendment initiation request number 12. Moved by Wayne. Roll call.
Second.
Alan Nolan. Discussion on the motion.
If I had to rank applications, to me, this is a 10 on a scale of 10. And I'm saying that because I've watched what happened on the South Hill pre-planning never be repeated in the city of Spokane County, city and county of Spokane. And that is where we have a mix of modest size multifamily housing in single family residential. And without that variety of housing, and we're building these compounds of 200 acre, 500 acre apartment sites to get a small little apartment site where people can live in a single family traditional residential community, but not have a third of an acre. And I think this is fabulous.
Thank you.
Likewise, I'm going to support this one. I think my only concern was that it doesn't currently have the best access to public transit, but it sounds like a SRTC. This is in their horizon plan for the future. And so that's helpful. Also just minding my own connections in the world. I spoke with folks at Whitworth Water and they said that this is all approved on their end and no concerns there. So positive on that front.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Logan. Ready for the question? All those in favor? Okay, all those in favor of comprehensive plan amendment initiation request number 12, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by nay. It's unanimous, passes. Is that a motion? It's not a motion. Could be. So moved. What's the will of the commission? We've just done 12.
We are almost done.
I would second that we press forward.
The good news is that none of this is hot, so we don't have to worry about it.
The one thing I will have to point out is that our staff will need to take a lunch break because they are not exempt
Oh.
and they are also union members. So for the staff that is not exempt and is hourly and union members, please take your lunch break and Sagan can continue working on the computer.
What should we do? Just, can we move on without?
You can move on, just understand and be patient with Sagan.
Yeah, because I'll be doing double. I can do it, but
Take our expert notes.
there we go.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and open the CPAIR number 13. Second.
Thank you, Chairman Pohl. Sagan Neiman for the record. We are back out on the West Plains, and actually the next two projects we'll be talking about, are in very close proximity to each other. So we're looking at CPAIR 13 for this project. We are out on almost the westernmost point of the West Plains Thorpe UGA, but we are still within that UGA boundary. We are on South Hayford Road. If you continue up here, sorry for my map not providing enough context, but if you go further north, you'll get to the Medical Lake interchange, just outside of the picture. And South Hayford Road is a arterial road. And when we're looking at this one, again, being repetitive, we're looking at good access to an arterial, near transit, near commercial. And there are regional commercial designations located around the Medical Lake interchange, and South Hayford Road is an arterial. Gosh, I cannot remember is there a park and ride at the Medical Lake interchange? I believe there was, or there is. So, yeah, there would be transit in proximity to. This site is, and Ben may have to correct me, I can't remember the exact name of the plat, but I believe this is Needham Hill, and this would be a somewhat recent plat that has been processed by the county. And then you have the Fairways Golf Course directly to the east of the project site. So again, I just wanted to reiterate that near commercial, good access to an arterial, near transit, near commercial for this project. Services would be provided by Spokane Water and Sewer, City of, and it is already an LDR designation. So they do have, the development rights to do 8 units per acre as it currently stands. 10 if you do some qualifying amenities as well. So I'll leave my summary to that, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Questions?
Do we have an applicant?
Yeah,
Will be Ben.
yeah. Ben's working on the rest of the projects we'll be presenting today.
Maybe Ben was taking a union break or something.
Okay. I don't think he's. I'd like to be. Ben, can we hear from you? Applicant. Number 13.
Yeah, I have a presentation. Thank you, Ben Goodmanson, Whipple Consulting Engineers, 21 South Pines Road, for the record. Actually, I'm going to switch back to Sagan's here real quick and kind of show a little bit. This is the property here. This is Needham Hill. And this is West Terrace 6th edition. Needham Hill is currently being built and is under construction. What can't really be seen is the water and sewer for Needham Hill actually went through this parcel. The water and sewer was extended down Hayford Road through this parcel here. Duck Hook is the name of the road. We understand it's a golfing term. It's not really one I've really know. But Duck Hook extends from Hayford Road and into Needham Hill. It currently also serves as access to Needham Hill. What we are looking for in this request is that there is a wetland on the site. That this clump of aspens here, it is a wetland. And so with it being a critical area, I have about a quarter of my property is taken up by that wetland. And so my density request to increase density is to be able to densify over here. We're actually looking at townhomes. While that's allowed within the current code at 8 units or at 10 units per acre. We've made some attempts at that, but we kept getting kind of blocked in the process. And so that's why we're making this request now for MDR. And it kind of leads itself to some previous conversation that we had that I have single family residential being surrounded around, yet I will want to have some higher densities mixed in with that community and not have a large scape of housing. With that, to kind of look at the area. And I'm insufficient.
I don't know.
Just supervise.
I don't know why it's doing it. I'll figure it out for next time. I'm sorry, guys.
No big deal.
I don't think it's your fault.
No, it's, I think they've given you faulty equipment.
Yeah, Hayford. Yes.
A quick question while she working on it. You made the comment earlier that the Fairways Golf Course isn't going to be a par 3 9-hole, that it's closing totally.
Yeah, and I'll get to that
Oh,
here in a
okay.
second.
I fixed the other one too. I know.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified when Sagan was up there. Hayford is an arterial in that?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. So here's a little bit larger here, as Sagan was describing, Hayford Road extending north from Melville Road. Coming up here to this area up here next to the park and ride is regional commercial. I think there's a Speedco over here as well as the hotel is over here. And then there's McDonald's in here and some other amenities, strip mall essentially, and then the petrol card fuel station is over here. So it is in fairly close proximity. It is within walking distance for Logan's benefit. It is within walking distance. Currently, there is not facilities on Hayford Road. There's nearest sidewalk is for the apartments here. This sidewalk is here on this side of Hayford Road. And from here to Richland, there's no pedestrian pathway. It's just two lane asphalt pavement. There's essentially walking on the shoulder. As this continues to grow and this continues to develop, we anticipate that that will not always be the case, that sidewalk will be requirement of frontage improvements as they move forward for these other properties, providing this SDA connection. But we do through Richland Road here to the north. Through Richland, there is a kind of circuitous route that you could take to have sidewalk completely around. Most people I know won't take that additional route when walking. just because of the sidewalk. Did want to talk to address the Fairways Golf Course. So next month, will be going to a hearing for preliminary plat application for a project called Village at Needham Hill. That includes these 7 holes on the front end of the golf course. That preliminary plat application was submitted quite some time ago and is actually now moving forward as we work through a lot of the technical issues, a lot of the groundwater issues. We worked through those. We worked with the Department of Ecology, being able to move those through, being able to protect the critical areas that are there. And so that hearing is scheduled here for next month. That essentially takes these 7 lots, the 7 holes, front end 7 holes out of commission. And as I mentioned before, the Fairways Golf Course is closing. I also mentioned that 36 million gallons of water was estimated to be used per year on just irrigation of the golf course. By not importing that water, we are going to basically be dewatering the area. To get a little technical, as we look through a year, our rains begin in October and they go through and move through till April. That's our kind of our winter season, our rains, and then we kind of dry out for the year. By importing water, you supplement the additional rains beginning in April, May, and you water through the summer. And then we start out the cycle again in October, thus not allowing the groundwater to dissipate. So by turning off the sprinklers for the golf course, we anticipate that the groundwater will not be as much of an issue moving forward. It has good access. It has good access to an arterial. We anticipate for multi-family density that we would have that increased density. We would also have that open space, and we would make use of that existing wetland that is on site to be able to put our amenities of park space available for those residents to be next to that. That's what we anticipate being able to use. Are there any questions?
So what you're saying is down the road, then the other 11 holes will all become residential as well.
You got to wait till the next comp plan.
Oh, okay. I'm ahead of you. Right next to each other. Oh, they are?
Luke, got a question?
I'd make a
Questions for the
motion to
applicant?
close public testimony if there was no other public testimony online.
I do have a quick question if I can.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned private park space and not anything open to the public.
It could be either as a multi-family development. That's kind of as we get in further into it. It depends on what end product is going to be the end. We were initially looking at townhomes and townhome development under the current code, but having some didn't have much luck with that getting through planning on because it is part of the new code, and so not all the rules are there yet. And so with this application, we saw this as an opportunity to increase our density allotment and be able to design it how we're looking forward to and meet the goals of the comprehensive plan. So it really kind of ends out how we finish it off. I know that within the townhome development that we were leaving that space open. We had to leave it open for buffer, but also there was some leftover space as well. So kind of a place to go throw football, throw a frisbee.
There was a motion on the floor to close public testimony. Is that still valid?
Yes.
And I'll
So moved
second it.
again if
We need a
it's not.
second then.
And I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Nolan. Are you ready for the vote to close public testimony on CPR number 13?
So moved.
No. Well, I'm just asking for the vote. I'm ready. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying nay. Public testimony is hereby closed. Did you get that, Jessica? All right, there we go. Chair will entertain a motion to approve CPR number 13, which is the comprehensive plan amendment initiation request.
So moved.
So by Pete Rayner. Second by who? Need a second. Second by Melissa. Very good. Well struck. Discussion on the motion, please. Logan, what do you think?
I'm pretty concerned about this one, I guess. I think this is probably gonna be the first time I vote no on one of these, except for the one we all voted no on. I'm most concerned about school here. The Cheney school districts had concerns about a lot of these West Plains ones, but most of the ones they made it feel like it would be hard, but that they could handle it. This one says explicitly that there is no school space left at the neighborhood school and that the kids that live in this potential development would be bused to the city of Cheney to go to school. I don't know. That just doesn't really work for me in a medium density zone. And so how do we solve that? I guess that's a question for Cheney schools, if they need to build another school here or what. And I think that's where this is the kind of thing that needs to be part of a comprehensive plan amendment, because we need to give Cheney schools a line in the sand so that they know what they need to build to meet the capital improvements, to not have this bunch of kids get bused to Cheney every day to go to school. I don't think that's ideal.
And just to follow up on that, that's exactly right. Cheney's been looking in this area for expansion because they know they have to, because of Snowden and Windsor and this development. And that's why I asked the question early on before I probably should have, but because that is a huge concern is for the Cheney School District as to how fast this little area is expanding. And that is already being developed quite rapidly with the homes in the area, adding a lot of additional families and single family dwellings. And that is a concern.
Pete, I'm going to share a little history here. I've had the same questions for 13 years I've been on this commission. It seems like the school districts have come to us with their hands tied behind their back. They suppose, and I may misunderstand this, but they come in saying, we're paid by the student, we're not allowed to come in and I don't know if this was cultural or factual, but they were not allowed to come in and demand impact fees or something else to provide housing. And so I totally agree with what you're saying. But I feel like we're kicking the can down the road unless we address as a community how we take care of housing or schools. And so I agree with you, but I don't know what's the answer, and I'm praying for wisdom here.
Well, Pete, I can't offer wisdom, but I can at least offer knowledge. If I'm saying this wrong, please interrupt me. I think that school districts are legislatively prohibited from anticipating growth. They are only allowed to respond to demand signal. This is the demand signal. So that is how the system is supposed to work. We are supposed to, there's the demand signal for the housing, which creates the demand signal for the schools. And this is exactly in line with the process.
I guess I would just posit that the demand signal, in my opinion, should come through a comp plan, not through a series of one-off comp plan amendments. That would be my position. I agree with that. There needs to be a demand signal, but we as the county can forecast that demand signal by doing it in our comp plan amendment, not through a piecemeal set of requests that puts Cheney in a position where they can't look to the future and they just have to guess how many comp plan amendments are going to come this year or next year. And frankly, I'm willing to take some risks to build housing, but to me, this is just an unacceptable condition for these kids to have to get on a bus every single day with no resolution. And so that's why I think I'm going to be firm on this one.
Logan, the questions were all posed to Jamie Reed at the Cheney School District. It should be of record in your files, but for CPR 13, Their comment was one sentence: the increase from LDR to MDR in this region would have an impact on our school systems. Pretty obvious. This area currently is all bused to the city of Cheney due to lack of space in the neighborhood school. End quote.
So any additional kids, the kids that are there are already getting bused. Additional kids would need to get bused to Cheney. And I know that a lot of kids got to ride a bus every day, but I don't think that's the ideal situation for especially elementary education.
Okay.
I agree with you, Logan, and the school districts do forecast population growth. They look at the demographics and they can see what are the birth rates, what are the kids aging out of each grade, how old are they going to be? Are we going to need a new junior high or high school, whatever? That is a concern to me that the students would have to be on a bus. It also is a concern to me that Hayford Road is an arterial designation and there's really no safe, active transportation routes for adults to go to the park and ride or for people to get anywhere safely without being impacted by traffic. And I think that the applicant was correct in pointing out, no, they're not going to take that circuitous route to get to a commercial center or some other place for daily goods and services. So on both of those points, I just don't think that this is, and I know this isn't the right term, ripe for a yes at this point in time to move forward.
Any other comments? With motion on the floor, it's been seconded to approve. CPAR number 13. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
How many nays were? Let's do a roll call vote. Well, we could just show of hands, be fine.
Okay.
It's like Congress, you know, that's right. I'll vote for it, but so 3-4 fails. All right.
I'd like to add just something to consider.
Fails.
The housing crisis that we're in is a combination of available units and affordable units. And I've adopted a philosophy or a theory that algorithms is the devil's toolbox. You can justify anything with an algorithm or a mathematical formula. Does it make for good planning? And how do we provide affordable housing for across the board when we kill it because it's not close enough to a school or it's not close enough to a grocery store? I mean, that's a challenge, I think that we miss. And I don't have a wise solution to it. I just know that it's I want my grandkids to be able to afford to own a home, to be in a home. And if we keep building things that start at $500,000 or $600,000, which single family homes in here will, anyway, that's just something for us to consider.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, Pete, but my concern here is we've watched this area and continue to have these little partials of homes, and we keep taking these little pieces in this area that everybody knows that the school district is up to here and trying to find land to develop. And we take this one and then the next piece further develops that golf course and further adds the problem. I think at some point, I think there has to be a timeout to say, okay,
I agree.
we can have this proposals, but we got to get help in getting the school district to be able to get the land, to get these schools built, to put these kids in, because I didn't realize that the next piece was also further taking away the golf course and it's going to be gone. And we're talking already 400 homes plus another 100 are being developed now, plus on top of that, we're putting a school district in a really bad spot when I think we need to kind of back up and hold and get the school district in to get what they need to in the property and get these schools going for our infrastructure. I just think infrastructure is critical in this area because it is expanding so fast. But I agree. I'm excited to get the homes going, but let's get some infrastructure there to prepare for all that new influx.
Thank you, Wayne. I wonder if it might be appropriate to kind of step away from this for just a second and reconsider the vote. And with the understanding, and the points were really well made, to when it comes time to the formal ratification of this or the advisory vote from us, that school board will be here and they will have the time to weigh in, rather than to derail this, maybe that's not a good word, but to fail this project. And let's take it to the next step and see what happens, because everything that we vote on has, if of a higher density, has impact, whether it's the Meade School District or any other school district. So, I mean, those are certain, and it is a responsibility of the school district to serve our children, to help them, get the education that's required. And it's not a perfect world. They have to do that. And, they ask the permission in advance to see, oh, do you have any capacity in your school? Because we'd like to approve this plat. Oh, you don't? Well, then we won't approve the plat. I think that was Pete's point. So I'm just concerned about the metrics, about the not the metrics, the optics here, moving forward. It might be appropriate to reconsider the motion.
I agree with what you're saying. And I mean, ultimately, this is meant to provide a rough criteria of here are the criteria that we're supposed to consider. And most of them, they all appear to be reflected in terms of the subject property. Certainly there are challenges, and the school district has identified one of them. The applicant would be required to help identify what some of those solutions are. The developers are oftentimes required to pay for both infrastructure as well as other support that is related to that development. I think there's the opportunity for them to do that. And I do have big concerns when we're allowing school districts to, and this is what I view it as, is the school districts has largely been given the opportunity to veto this because they don't have a plan today to address something that's perhaps 5 years down the line.
I just don't understand how they're supposed to make a plan if we don't have a plan. That's what I don't understand, Commissioner Nolan. We're asking them to make a plan, but we don't have a plan. We do have a plan and it says that we're not going to do this. Our plan says that we're going to do light industrial out here or we're going to have a golf course out here. So we have a plan and the school district has to respond to our plan. And here we are changing our plan and we expect them to be as reflexive as we are. And I don't think that that's fair.
Pete?
I've got more than a little bit of real experience at this, and bringing 3,000 units to market, I've tried my best to get the school districts to respond, and they feel unable to. I can't describe it any more than that. We said, do we need to set aside a 5 acre for? I mean, and I've had the same conversations with Ben Small when he was the director at CV and with the Meade school districts. It's a big issue that needs to be addressed. And I don't know how we kick it down the road and make it better or make it worse. I don't have the wisdom to that answer. It's ridiculous that we can't somehow get this stuff straightened out.
Chairman Poole, may I make a comment regarding our relationship with the Cheney School District? Cheney School District historically has not been a good commenter on projects. We circulate every project within their school district to their boundary. And part of our preview process, we did get a hold of Cheney and we did get an opportunity to sit down and meet with them and go through these projects one by one, all of them in the county, not just the ones in their school district. And we commented to them that, now let me back up a little bit. The person that we were working with was their consultant for projection of their school needs. And our conversation was, we circulate these projects to them and they don't respond. And so they reacted to that and provided comment, based on our request and statement that they hadn't done that in the past. With all that being said, they are willing to be a better planning partner. going forward, I think that we will get more response and commentary of their wants, needs, and plans that they have for an area. So with all that being said, I don't want to, intrude on how you guys proceed from this point, but I do think we will get more robust analysis and response from them moving forward if they were circulated a project. So that's all I had.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I might, I think this is a good opportunity also to just express, Spokane County is currently working through the legislative process because we share many of the same frustrations. How do you deal with special districts, period? Schools being one of them. The GMA, when it was originally written in 1990, contained a section 18. Section 18 required special districts to plan in conformance with the GMA. So basically take our plan and then they were required to adopt their own comprehensive plan and conform with the GMA. That section was vetoed by the governor, and it was vetoed for kind of a silly reason. It was because it exempted certain port districts, and he didn't like that, but he couldn't do a line item veto. So he vetoed all of section 18. It was never reinserted. So right now, special districts, fire districts, school districts, several other districts are not required to plan in conformance with the GMA. So we plan, and then we reach out to school districts and we say, may we please have your comprehensive plans? And they say, we don't have one. So although they might have some other planning tool, unless the school district is subject to impact fees or they're gathering impact fees, they are not required to plan in accordance with the GMA. They are not required to provide us or even come up with a comprehensive plan that meets the GMA. So one of the things that we're looking at is Spokane County would love to see that provision reinserted. At this time, we're being told, given the nature of the special district's lobbying power, that's unrealistic. So just putting it out there that it did used to exist, does not anymore. It would be fabulous, I think, if it was back in. It would make for a lot better planning for everyone involved. But at this time, they are not required to plan in accordance with the GMA.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I thought it was reinserted. I thought I'd heard that they had reinserted, but with that new additional information, I'd be willing to change my vote. If this, still have this other process later. If this begins to put more pressure on the school district to get to the table, I would reestablish my vote and change it over.
This debate is healthy and called for. I want to hear from other members. Melissa?
I appreciate all the comments around here. I do take very much to heart Logan's comment, though, that Spokane County's comp plan is the basis for the schools, for their facilities planning. Now, they may not have a comp plan, but they do have facilities planning that they perform. That's how they get levies out there. Once they look at their own forecast, they go, oh my God, and the state passed this thing. We can only have classrooms of a certain size. And now we've got to build 3 new junior highs. And all of those things come into their facility planning process. May not call it a comp plan, but they're basing it on what is the county's comprehensive plan or city X comprehensive plan, and can we base our population projections off of that? What are the demographics? What are the forecasts in each age group, so that we, looking down the road, we go, oh, we have to get a levy out there. There's no way we're going to be able to teach all those kids in the buildings that we have. So there is some planning out there. It may not be in the GMA, but they couldn't function if they didn't. They are a creature of the state, and they are bound to the way they can collect funding from property taxes, from levies and whatnot, and bonding. So I think it behooves us to be respectful of that their hands are tied by state law, as are any planning body and legislative body. I will not change my vote because, and this is not, I mean, I still have my concerns about the joint planning process not being initiated when it should have been many moons ago, but that ship sailed. And it is great that there's conversation now back at with the city and the county. Still, that needs to be stood up before a lot of this piecemeal amendment process happens. And as I said before, there are still 2 paths for these applicants. There is the joint planning process, and there is the 2026 comp plan update. I mean, I don't think any of these are gonna solve the affordable housing crisis. And you're just right, Pete, these are 500,000 or 600,000 homes, but my goodness, in my little 1926 bungalow, those prices on my little tiny street are $400,000 for a house that I paid $100,000 for. So
Thanks.
I can't afford my property taxes. But those are the realities of what we're in, unless we come up with a way to build affordable housing and not in the $500,000 range. We are stuck with that missing middle. That's it. Sorry, get off my soapbox.
No, it's good to vet. Appreciate that. Council, do you want to weigh back in on the facilities aspect of it? That's an interesting twist to the.
Yeah, I think that I just have two primary comments. First, I just want to clarify that my comments were not meant to sway anyone either direction. I'm simply stating a statement of fact. So
You're off the hook.
for or against, yes, I personally, I'd love to see better planning. And I think better planning means putting section 18 back in so we can all have the same plans that we're working on. But I think Mr. Camperreal's comments are well taken with and Ms. Whitstruck's as well on how that planning forecast. I do want to say that in our experience in redoing the CFP last year, we did reach out for that facilities planning that I'm aware of. And what we discovered with our schools, just again, as a statement of practical fact, is they don't actually create those facility plans until they're going out for the bonding. So I believe we got that from, and I wish Mr. Chesney were here. I think we got that type of a plan from, it was one of our districts, I think maybe it was Meade. Or perhaps it was the Valley, because they were seeking a bond. So they had the most comprehensive plan, but the rest of them really didn't have even, because we were looking for setting a level of service even for our CFP. And we found that the schools really didn't have a uniform level of service that they were using. And when we asked, well, what is your capacity? They really couldn't give us a capacity per school. So that's just the tension that exists. Again, just a statement of fact to inform your decision, not sway it either direction, but it is clearly there's room for better planning. And then also just to the extent that we're discussing the difference between these low density residential and these medium density residentials, we see our current legislature dealing with maybe taking it and across the board making the same restrictions or requirements for both types of planning. So I heard someone comment earlier on, well, why for LDR do we not have to meet the same requirements of proximity to open space, proximity to stores and such? And that is obviously something that the legislature is dealing with, and something that Spokane County could probably change our comprehensive plan and amend it to make LDR and MDR meet the same requirements or not. But at the present, they do have different requirements and must meet different things. So at this stage, we're kind of bound to meeting the comprehensive plan goals and policies. For MDR, we can't treat it differently. So that's all I wanted to add.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion
Please.
to reconsider our vote.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made to reconsider the vote for CPAR number 13. And there's been a second by Clyde Hazy.
Do you not have to ask the maker for that to be done?
Which the vote's already been taken. This is just a reconsideration, right? And if we can, and if we have to vote on the reconsideration.
Put on the reconsideration first.
So the motion on the table is to reconsider the vote for approval of the initiation request only for CPAR number 13. Is
Yeah,
that the
the
motion on the
question
table?
is a Roberts rule.
Is that the motion on the table?
That is the motion on the table.
Thank you. Okay, discussion on the motion to reconsider. I suppose, is that a priority motion? I'm not sure, but at any rate, we'll
I'll
be
defer
happy
to
to hear
you.
testimony.
I don't support the motion, and I find it strange that after taking action, we are going to reconsider the question. And I
It's
think
possible.
I understand that it's possible, but I think we should move forward.
We've done it in the past. Thank you. Melissa, did you have a comment? Oh,
Sorry, I already made my
your
my
thoughts?
comment. And so until you call the vote, then I would.
You don't
Leave
want to
it.
exclude anybody, just so
Right,
we're.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. The motion's on the table. Let's vote on the motion. All those in favor of reconsidering CPAR number 13 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying nay.
Nay.
There are 2 nays. Let the record reflect. Thank you.
Then do we need to make a motion to approve?
I would like to make a motion to approve CPAR 13 for implementation. Did I get that right? Thanks.
Second by Pete. Discussion on the motion. I think we've discussed everything we need to discuss. All those in favor of approval of CPAR number 13, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
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 2 nays. We are done. The motion has been approved. CPAR number 14. Comprehensive plan amendment request, initiation request number 14. Second, lead us home. And we have to, don't let me forget not to do the approval of the minutes. The adoption, we missed that last time. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Pohl. We are moving to our last individual request for the 2023 cycle. This is right next door. We're talking about the Fairways Golf Course again. This is a little bit different of a request. It's kind of a two-parter. We have MDR, which the applicant is proposing north of essentially roughly where my mouse is guiding you here. That would be MDR to the north, and then neighborhood commercial to the south. And I believe the applicant's logic for the neighborhood commercial is that's the area of the existing clubhouse. And I think that they provide some sort of amenities there, and that it would allow that to be a conforming use within that particular zone. I do believe that the applicant is proposing a park of some degree. I do not know if it would ultimately be a public park or not, but that is in the application. And again, the MDR zone allows up to 15 units per acre, and this is a 92-acre site. This is a big project. Generally, comments for this project were in relationship to traffic, connectivity to the existing roadways. And then just to comment on what Jessica said about the last one is we have the requirements of good access to an arterial, near commercial, near transit for our goals and objectives for this request. Melville, I do not believe is categorized as a arterial, but I do believe it's called a rural collector. And I do think that one thing that is on staff's mind with this one is reaction from the neighborhood. I think that we would need to be prepared for a upset neighborhood, for a group that had a golf course in their backyard and will not anymore. With that being said, it is not entitled forever to be a golf course. It is an LDR zone. So, they do have some development rights currently. With all that being said, I'll finish my summary and if you guys have any questions for me, otherwise I'll defer to Ben.
Thank you. Second. Questions?
Is there, I don't know, is there any requirement or to have dedication of land within a development like this that would have a major impact and take away essentially green space for a public park, for public amenity?
I'm not sure of a requirement that we would have in the code, but I do feel like that would be a nexus for a project like this, especially if we have identified deficiency in parkland for a certain portion of the county.
And if we were to do that, we would definitely need to undertake the takings analysis very closely and just ensure that whatever impact there was a very close proportionality and nexus to that, just to ensure we don't trip on that.
If they chose to dedicate it on their own, though, you don't have to do that kind of analysis. Is that correct?
It depends on why they chose to do it. So if Spokane County were to say, we will not approve it unless you, or we will not approve it because of, and we're not careful, that has also been seen still as an exaction. It just depending, as long as you meet the proportionality in the nexus.
I want to hear from the applicant, but we're not dealing with anything like a PUD issue here. Are we? That's down the road. So if you're coming in with this big a piece of property and you got a couple of different zone changes, it seems like it may make sense that there's a PUD but that's all decisions that doesn't have anything to do with us today, is it?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question as far as,
I can answer it.
okay.
Yeah. The PUD is generally a procedural step for an entitled use or allotment. The PUDs are a limited allowed use in all of our residential zones. So it could go through the PUD process as its current designation. It could go through PUD process under MDR.
Yeah, so it would be dealt with there. I guess what I was trying to
Correct.
get at is.
Correct.
is
It would be done at the,
amenity swap, you get bonuses if you do this and you, anyway, that's all I was trying to get at, I think.
So well, as I understood the first question, I thought there was a concern that there may be a deficiency in one of our facilities such as parklands and the
Yeah.
question on that. So, and we analyzed the adequacy of facilities at two different stages. We analyzed the adequacy of the facilities at the land use planning stage, which is this stage. And what we have to contemplate is, will this land use at maximum allowed density of whatever it's being transitioned to? So MDR here. So assume full build out max density for this area. Will it, if built out like that, lower any of our levels of service that we have set in our capital facilities plan? So parks is one of them. And if it will, then we either have to have a plan in our 6 or 20 year to offset that or to address that deficiency, or it can't go forward because we would have to adjust the land use element. So we address it there. And then there's also some that have direct concurrency requirements. And that would be more like your water and roads, where we don't have to necessarily, we have to contemplate it at this point, but we don't have to identify the fix necessarily until the development stage. But parks is actually at the land use planning stage. We have to identify the fix at this stage if we identify the deficiency.
And do we know what the request is, the amount of land that's being requested to go to neighborhood commercial versus what's being requested to go to MDR, or what's the ratio of the two? And is the neighborhood commercial like just sitting over the footprint of the current clubhouse? I mean, I don't know.
so I think if in the application material, there is a more specific map that the applicant produced of the exact areas they would like to be designated neighborhood commercial, but I can't rattle it off the top of my head, the exact acreage, but Ben may be able to provide that information for you.
Thank you.
But I'm looking through here, and I do think it's on the last page of this supplemental Whipple material.
Oh, yeah.
You have it available on the screen? Don't have it available on the screen.
I don't see a graphic.
While you're looking for that, I would share with all of you that I own property next to the Peanut Hills Golf Course, which was a situation on Thorpe Road. In fact, it's Thorpe Road. I own 5 acres right there. I've seen this complete process, and of course, the comment of saying with a few of the neighbors will be discouraged. Well, guess what? There is life after golf. I'm sorry to say, but I'm meaning realistically, that issue has kind of petered out. So again, for the neighbors, sure, they enjoyed looking at a golf course, but we kind of moved on with the process. This Painted Hills one, for example, compared to out here, it also has a small piece of commercial that is being used. And again, this is through the city of the Spokane Valley is doing this and complying with the same guidelines. In fact, there's even some wetlands on both sides. So again, this has and does make a lot of sense, what I've seen over the process. I like what is happening here because it's filling the need, and it's also taking our natural resources, which is water, and redirecting the lesser amount with some residential. But I'm just saying these same golf courses are having a tough time.
Can we
But
please
there's
hear
some
from the
that really
applicant?
Move on. Huh?
Can we please hear from the applicant?
Thank you. My next thought. Ben, you're on. Thank you. That's par for the course.
It is par for the course. It's a par four.
I'd appreciate it if we could kind of keep that flow rolling, Chair.
There you go.
Ben Goodmanson, Whipple Consulting Engineers, 21 South Pines Road, Spokane Valley. I am the applicant for this application, and so yes, this is very unique, and I actually would like to thank Clyde for his reference to Painted Hills. I've actually been working on the Painted Hills Golf Course for 10 years. Trying to work that through to a development stage. It has remained in its current state. A lot of the trees have died, a lot of growth has occurred, and the land has been unutilized for that 10-year span as we try to work it through its next chapter in its life in that land. I am here today to talk about the next chapter of the Fairways Golf Course. As I previously mentioned, here on the western end of the property was the Needham Hill development. It's been approved, it's being built. And then I also mentioned that the villages at Needham Hill, which was the first seven holes of the golf course, goes to hearing next month with that preliminary plat. This comprehensive plan amendment is to address the remainder of the Fairways Golf Course and try to steer it in a direction that we can anticipate, have some security and understanding of what we're going for and what we're going to. That's something that the Painted Hills Golf Course didn't really have the opportunity to get to receive. If you've been out to the Painted Hills Golf Course, there's the old clubhouse of the Painted Hills Golf Course, which is now called Craft and Gather, which is a great restaurant, by the way. And that is actually part of our understanding and what we anticipate that this would have. The golf course, the clubhouse for the golf course currently in its state has been a center for the community. It has been a gathering place for the community. And we want to be able to continue that because the golf course has been the center of this community. The Fairways Community Plan that actually predated GMA envisioned this. And so we wanted to be able to keep that, and that is the purpose of the neighborhood commercial in this, is that we anticipate that that clubhouse could be renovated into a fine dining, into a restaurant, much like Craft and Gather is, and still be a focal point for the community, not just for the community that we hope to build within the property, but also farther out within the existing single family residential that surrounds the golf course. I wanted to make note, the ponds that you see on here are man-made ponds. They were made with the golf course back in the 70s when it was developed. Those ponds, the initial concept for irrigation of the golf course was to pull the water from the ponds, and these are stormwater ponds, I should mention, pull the water from the stormwater ponds and irrigate with the stormwater. And that worked for some time until it didn't. And then the golf course had to make a choice whether they had to reinvest in all their pumping equipment and their pipes or to connect to the city of Spokane and pay for the city of Spokane water services. And so they chose to pay for those water services, which put them farther at a detriment from a business perspective. But these man-made ponds have been designed, they have been landscaped for the golf course. And we don't necessarily want to lose some of the aesthetic ability of these ponds, especially here on the northern end. You can see the larger ponds. You can see the largest pond here that is the original concept for being able to pull the stormwater. The stormwater for these ponds, it comes from the neighborhood. It was specifically designed to pull water from these streets into these ponds. Even this neighborhood right here, the Crystal Meadows, which will be later on in your process, they have a pond up here in their northeast corner. That pond pumps all the way down here, all the way to this pond. And so it receives that water, and it is there by a recorded document. It is something that we have to honor. We have to respect the stormwater easements that we have on the property. This northern portion, we anticipate it to we're going to try to keep it as open space. We're going to try to keep it as a park space. We have had conversations with Spokane County Parks. They are not interested at this time, as they are pursuing another piece of property on the West Plains. But that doesn't mean that this northern portion couldn't be a Spokane County Park in the future. But that is the intent. I could not, in my application, and Sagan knows this, I couldn't make an application that we wanted to designate it this much acreage as open space, because you don't have that land use designation. So it's just that the parks are allowed within the current within the LDR, MDR. So that kind of covers the northern portion. I did want to talk a little bit about access to the northern portion, because it has functioned as a golf course and it has been developed all around. My only access into the northern portion is actually not vehicular. It is pedestrian access only. It has been limited because that is what ideally they didn't want people driving up on the golf course and driving through the golf course. So I am somewhat limited, and while I can extend a network of roads up and through, it does create a development, some difficulties with the development and being able to create that access and make that connection. But I am an engineer, and I can usually engineer my way out of things. But that being said, it does have great value in its amenities. It has a great value as its aesthetic, keeping with the comprehensive plan goals to maintain aesthetics. And the neighbors here, yes, they may not have a golf course in their backyard. They may have development in their backyard. Having worked on Painted Hills, having worked on Sundance golf course up to the north, those neighbors that have been up against the golf course have just extended the golf. They just consider the golf course as an extension of their own yard. And so that will kind of come to a termination, and that will just be part of the next chapter that has to come forward. Ideally, the center of the golf course here is where we anticipate the medium density residential. Located within this center here is where we would hope to be able to make up for the densities lost through the stormwater ponds, as well as through the lack of access. And that's in the central portion. To answer your question on the neighborhood commercial, I drew a line from this point here, this little break in the subdivision. I drew a line from here, past the golf course, and over to this line. It's approximately 11.5 acres.
It looks like that, if anybody can see that online.
And we do have it ready to share.
Okay, do you have that?
Oh, good.
That's my letter.
Yeah.
Okay.
How big is that commercial?
Oh, sorry. 11.5 acres is
11.5.
Yeah, 11.54 if memory serves. And that's just to be able to create an area that extends from the clubhouse down to Melville Road. you'll find in your comprehensive plan that it is not recommended to put in neighborhood commercial just as an arterial strip, but to have more of a center. And so with the 11 acres that we're proposing for neighborhood commercial, we would not be doing just a strip along Melville, but that we would create that center and also go back to the community connectivity. No, yeah. So I provided this. So this shows a little bit better of what I was looking to do. The subject properties, as you can kind of see, and the medium density residential, we'd be able to keep the clubhouse where it is with its parking infrastructure already there, redevelop that into a restaurant. And then here out on Melville Road closer, we'd be able to develop pads for some additional retail spaces, office spaces, even a convenience store, which is important for this area as it's actually a great opportunity because earlier today I presented Wandermere area. I talked a little bit about 1985 and only one shopping center in the area in 1985, collector roads, and 30 years of development has produced so much growth and so much opportunity in that area. And here we are at the West Plains infancy of development and being able to steer and provide a vision of what that community looks like. Having gone through the Needham Hill preliminary plat applications, going through Arrow and Westbow applications, I can understand the neighborhood. I can understand, having talked with them, they are looking for that identity. They are looking for what makes them unique. And we believe that if we can do this right, if we can maintain that core of the community, which is the clubhouse, develop around it with services that the community needs, not necessarily my development needs, but the community needs, a convenience store and small retail, small offices, having your insurance agent located just down the street, down in the small little strip area, as opposed to having to drive into Airway Heights, drive into Cheney, or drive into the city of Spokane. We believe that that's really the envisionment of neighborhood commercial. The benefit of the neighborhood commercial is that it is not next to, switch and try to see if this works here. Oh, there we go. It is not next to the interchange. There is the truck stop, there's the Petrocard, there's the McDonald's, the strip retail that's located here, as well as the SDA Transfer Center. We have Caterpillar in sight, we have Amazon across the highway, we have I-90 itself. Having the neighborhood commercial, we move it away from this, so we don't have a chance of this commercial here merging with the neighborhood commercial and having it all become one. It stays as a true identity and true neighborhood commercial. We are on the extent of the GMA. Melville Road is right there at our limit. And so if we can do this correctly and create that neighborhood commercial, many years, hundreds of years from now, that could be an epicenter for future development and growth.
Can we conclude this at some point?
Yeah.
Appreciate that. I mean, we're going to lose some of our commissioners here.
Okay.
So.
I did want to touch, I talked a little bit about man-made ponds. I talked a little bit about parks. We are 10 to 20 years. So this is just the first step in a long journey for development for this. I did want to talk a little bit about schools. Snowden Elementary is here. We've had many meetings in Snowden Elementary. Cheney School District extends up into Airway Heights down to Cheney itself, great school district. But as previously mentioned, school districts, they can't get levy, they can't get funding until the demand is there, until they have the students. And so I can understand your frustration. I can understand moving forward. This is within the GMA. This is where we are allowed to develop. And I would certainly request that you move this forward and initiate so that we can provide additional documentation and design.
One question for the,
Thank you. Go ahead.
you've testified for both CPR and CPR 14, but you are doing so on a professional basis. These are separate owners and development projects. Is that correct?
That is not correct. They're under same ownership.
Same ownership. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. You stand for questions? Questions, please, from the commission?
Close testimony.
Oh, well, we have a question here.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna change my home phone number and look at moving. Because you made the comment earlier that neighborhood's gonna go ballistic. And that West Terrace group has already been ballistic for the last 5-6 years with me on this commission over the water issues. And so now with the golf course going, I'm gonna have to find a new look or move or something.
But remember, we're taking the water out, so the groundwater is not going to be an issue. Terry Horn's basement shouldn't flood. Well, I can't say that. Yeah, it is a change.
More comments from the commission?
Motion to close public testimony.
Motion's been moved to close. Second.
But just a moment before we close it, because it's a little misleading because you're asking for comments from the commission. And so I don't know that we've officially let the public know that it's an opportunity for them to speak now.
Okay.
So I think we want to be able to say, are there any public comments? And then,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My fault. I'm a bad. Yeah. See if someone's there. There may be someone on the line.
No.
There's no one there. Okay.
and make sure that nobody in the audience
Motion
wishes
is a
to
vo-
speak either. If there's anybody in the audience. No?
I don't see no one.
No? Okay.
Okay. Although, there's been a motion to close public testimony. Is there a second? So moved by Mr. Wayne Brokaw. All those in favor of closing public testimony signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Public testimony is hereby closed. Chair will entertain a motion to approve comprehensive plan amendment initiation request CPAR 14. So moved by Clyde Hazy. Is there a second by Pete? Discussion on this motion, please.
A question for Jessica. Did I understand you correctly that we cannot be making statements that imply that certain requirements or thresholds must be met that aren't specifically stipulated in, for example, Spokane County Code ordinances when it comes to the further consideration of this request?
The commission can make recommendations that certain limits be placed upon or considered before or with the approval. Some of those limits can include things like development agreements or SEPA considerations. Usually that would come at the next stage. And then in part of your recommendations for what maybe should be considered, which you can discuss today, staff and myself would look at and bring back to you a consideration as to whether that stipulation or that condition is lawful and does not result in a taking. And then as long as it's lawful and it doesn't result in a taking, then you could move forward. And part of that analysis would be, does it comply with the GMA and our county codes and other such stuff?
Thank you for that clarification. And the reason for asking that was obviously there's been concern on, for example, the position of the school board, green spaces, things of that nature. And especially given the fact that these are both owned by the same applicant, and even though they were considered separately, that I would put forward for our consideration that since we will be revisiting this and there is significant supporting documentation that's required from the applicants in order to receive actual approval, that this is an opportunity where we can say, hey, listen, we do have concerns about the Cheney School District's position on this, and that we will expect that there be a robust plan and joint planning with those and other agencies to kind of address the concerns that have already been raised.
I'll just say the applicant could have come with a plan to dedicate space to schools, Cheney School District, and did not come with a plan like that and does not seem to have meaningfully communicated with Cheney School District before this time.
And just so I might chime in, just to lend some kind of background, is typically that would happen at the next phase. I agree that it's a little confusing. This is the first year we've done this initiation phase. So I think part of it is the applicant doesn't know. We've never required that previously at this early stage. The intent was to avoid all of that additional work and that level of planning until the next phase so that we could kind of avoid it. So that just may be an explanation for why it hasn't happened yet. But just so that we have some clarification on where that is coming from.
I'm not going to support this one again. I mean, Cheney School District says we currently do not have enough space in our schools to support increased density populations in this area at this time. To me, that's pretty clear. They can't support the density. They can't provide schooling to these students. To think that, well, if we build it, then they will figure it out. I feel like that's the opposite of planning, and that's what I would call forcing. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this. For the same reasons I didn't support the last one.
I just want to say, I do appreciate the applicant's supporting documentation that was provided. It's, in my opinion, more than we've had on some of these other West Plains proposals, in that it includes the information about this is what the impact would be if this goes forward, is what we're thinking about with MDR and neighborhood commercial. In that law enforcement increases, fire increases, density, average daily trips on Hayford Road forecast to double. I mean, these are things that we didn't see with some of the other ones, which I think at this very base stage is still useful. I mean, it doesn't line out as are those AM or PM trips or whatever. So I do appreciate that. And just looking at that without any information on how those would be particularly handled and what the concurrency is going to be. I do appreciate the fact that we've been told a couple of times that the 36 million gallons are not going to be used for irrigation anymore, but still MDR is going to be using water, medium density residential. So that's just my comment on this. Yes, more will happen later if we push it forward. I'm trying to understand what this initial initiation request process is about. So, I mean, it's except for obvious outliers or dead in the water, we haven't really done anything except push it over to the BOCC. So, but I appreciate the discussion. That's very vital, very helpful. So not sure that I'll support it, but let's move to that stage.
I think it adds just another layer of transparency to the citizens. And this is the reason why the county wants to do this. So this is a little new to us, and you're not incorrect in making that observation. But it's maybe a belt and suspenders sort of approach to, public hearing process, but it's all good. I assure you.
I was just going to say, I don't believe there was any public hearing under the previous process this early on. It just went to the board.
A question for the chair. I thought I'd heard during the applicant's testimony that there was a time horizon. If we could get confirmation if that was in fact stated from the applicant for this development, should it proceed?
Would that be appropriate for this particular hearing process, or should it's reflected in the record because you just said it? It's in the record now.
Yeah,
So-
yes. Yeah, I think it's appropriate, and it's appropriate to have an answer.
Yeah.
I don't recall what the answer was, if anybody else does.
Did you hear that, Ben?
My specific question was, had you in your presentation identified what the time horizon and vision for the development was? And if you did identify one, could you please restate it?
I did identify that this is a 15 to 20 year development build out process. This is based upon my experience working on Painted Hills. We have not for the Painted Hills development in Spokane Valley. We have not been to hearing yet. It's been 10 years. We haven't been to hearing, but that projected development phases and everything looks at another 10 years for Painted Hills. And that's a smaller property.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Al, did that answer your question? Okay, good. Thank you. Chair, do we have a motion on the floor to approve this?
Yes. Call a question.
Call the question. All those in favor of a comprehensive plan amendment initiation request number 14, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by nay.
Nay.
2 nays. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you very much. CPAR number 15 will be continued until the next meeting. Next order of business will be the approval of the minutes from, believe it or not, November 17th, 2022, which we intended to enact on January the 12th, which we weren't able to do because we did not meet. Those are in your packet. Whether I'll rely on council. We have a new set of commissioners. This may be more of a perfunctory notice measure than anything, but they do need to be approved. We do have 4 sitting returning commissioners. Give us some guidance, council, on the vote and how the ones who were not present during November should behave on this motion.
Because the 3 that were not, that are new, that were not present, they should abstain. And the vote should go to the 4 members that were present.
But what if all of us were brand new?
Then we would have a problem, but we do not.
As they say in my business, it's not a problem till it's a problem. Yeah, great. Okay, all those in favor, hopefully you've read the minutes, folks. The chair wanted to have a motion to, in this case, adopt the minutes from November. So moved by Clyde and seconded by Pete. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries 4, 3 abstentions, and we understand why. Sorry, this is all brand new uncharted water for us. The next order is the approval of the minutes, which we were on March the 2nd, 2023.
Just
Chair,
a small
entertain a motion
correction
to
on,
adopt those.
just a small correction on page 2.
Yes, of course.
Well, they're not page, or so maybe it's page 3 actually, but my name is, it's correct everywhere else, but it's Mr. Logan instead of Mr. Camporiali and under the last motion on that page. But unless there's any other corrections.
Let's get that corrected. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
move to approve the minutes as corrected.
As amended. Any other further comments on the minutes? If not, are we ready for the vote to adopt the minutes from March the 2nd, 2023? Council?
Did you receive a second on that I missed? I think Mr. Cambriel.
Pardon me?
Mr. Cambriel make the motion, but I don't believe it was seconded yet.
Oh. I thought one of the, okay, Melissa's got the second. Thank you for keeping us on track. Motion's been made and seconded as amended. All those in favor of adopting these amendments from March 2nd, 2023 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by nay. Those minutes are adopted. Work plan 2023 by staff report, and please.
I'm going to defer the work plan to when Scott's here, but I do have some quick staff comments. I just want to say I really appreciate your deliberations more than anything. That's what staff wishes, is to just make sound decisions, and without good deliberations, we can't do that. And so I'm just encouraged by the discussions the group has had in total. I would also like to note, I heard several of you referencing Scout. If you go to the actual building and planning webpage, there's a link in the very middle to a mapping program that was not created by us, but created by GIS with our guidance that is more planning oriented. And so you can get some better data off of that. So I would encourage you guys to use that as a tool as well if you're already using Scout.
Could you say one more time where to find it?
If you go to the building and planning webpage, I believe we have a link in the center that says mapping program or something like that. I haven't been to the webpage in a little while, but that is a public facing mapping program with more planning detail that I think will be helpful for you guys.
Yeah, it's along the top. If you go to the building and planning page, it's along the little like kind of mid bar that has all the little options on there, and it opened right up. So thank you for that.
Yeah. And then the last thing I had is, we won't beat you up with these long meetings. We didn't have meetings for the first 3 months. We had a lot of requests, and I know that these were 2 tough meetings, and I appreciate you taking the time. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we close, a question that relates to the CPAR 09 request. And specifically, we had talked about both the lane, and then there was a statement of how we need to provide notice to the petitioners of the settlement. I don't know if it's in our authority or if it's appropriate for us to make a motion to direct staff to take those steps related to allowing us to eventually move ahead based on having the required notice provided.
That's a very valuable comment. Council?
You're welcome to make a motion, but we will also take that action without a motion, just because we're bound to. So completely up to you.
But now it's on the record.
Well, there you go.
Thank you. That's okay.
Then I definitely make.
Do
a
your
motion.
best.
I'm
Thank
just
you,
kidding.
Alan.
I'm just kidding.
You're a button up the agenda kind of guy. I appreciate that. All right. I've signed the minutes. Any other comments from the commission?
Just, I'd like to restate my point of personal privilege that maybe at the next meeting, we learn a little bit more about staff and just your history.
Scott asked us to write up a little summary of our past, so we all have, and we are ready to prepare that on the 30th. So thank you
That
for
was
that.
an
Thank you.
observation
Appreciate that.
you made at the very first meeting, and you are so totally correct about that. All right, we'll get right on that. They'll get right on that. All right. Chair would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Friday motion doesn't require a second. It is 1:25. All those in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying nay. We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. A very good.